Hello everyone, welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, the warp was aflame and signs and sigils were read by the war bandits, Psychers, Alaric and Baltus. There is much trouble in the coming days, but much yet remains unwritten or can still be averted, at least if you read the sigils correctly. But two among you were given direct prophecies from Alaric. Juno warned to beware the hand of mercy, and Narcia informed that the old dog can. Of course, deciphering those is quite up to you. But you don't have much longer left to ruminate on them, as you trip through the warp while it drew towards the point of grave danger, and to skirt the worst of it. You have no incursions, nor possessions, nor even any hull damage to report. Now that you have emerged in Lev and received a challenge from the Flame Falcon fleet. And 9 ships, 2 capital grade, a battle barge and a strike cruiser, and 7 escorts of various size and class. It is not the largest fleet you've ever seen, but there is no doubt of its potency. Also, I also remember Eloa did get a decent knowledge roll, and there was something I forgot to tell you last time. As she got a lot of information about the Warspite class battle barge, but something else she could surmise. From this number of ships, they would have the resources to support only 500 or 600 Astartes. That is your upper limit here. Assuming, of course, this is the entirety of the Falcon's strength. They may have other ships hidden around the system, picket cruisers or similar. Now, before you close in, Augie is going to get all of you, including your NPCs and advisors, together and say, well, their message is quite clear, but how should we respond? What means do we wish to be identified by?
I see no reason to try subtlety here. We'll be talking to them to their faces soon enough.
Then,
Tread carefully about how you introduce yourselves. Inquisitors presumably are well liked by them.
Yes.
That was precisely my concern.
We can name drop Eustace.
Yes, I'd like to name drop Eustace and point to the fact that we're the ones who tried, don't believe we succeeded, but tried to have their exterminatus order rescinded and their names cleared.
Uh, hmm. Jeff frowns and shifts his feet. I don't know if I'd believe that if I was them. I guess dropping E's name at some credence.
We can also introduce ourselves in a planetary local language. We have been enslaved long enough. We have picked up on some of the customs.
I wonder if they remember the customs or the language.
Let's start.
It's likely it'll have evolved in its own way. Plus, from what I read, Space Marines often have their own ways of doing things anyway.
High Gothic, then. That language, at least, is relatively stable.
It's going to be a very interesting day.
Well, Narcia, who should send the counter greeting? You, me, Augustus?
Well, you are a sister of battle. You look so much better on the camera.
Right then.
At this range, Picts will be quite distorted.
Oh, good. Gina's gonna, take a pair of sunglasses out and put those on. Perfect.
Perfect. Really brings out your eyes.
Don't they, though? She just starts laughing. Oh, yes. Let me compose my thoughts a moment, then we'll send the message.
One thing first, Juno. It would likely be politic if, when referring to me, you say appointed regent rather than governor. Let us not give the Falcons reason to suspect I will steal the home they have just returned to.
Yes,
That's
that is
actually
a
a
good
very good idea.
Oh, also, while we're talking about titles, quick, Augie, invent some fanciful title for me that I can introduce myself as part of the crew.
Several spring to mind, but
Oh,
uncertain how they may be received.
Oh, but my long list of fanciful titles. I need more. Oh, okay. Fine, I suppose just Sister Dondrick will have to do.
I mean, sometimes the simple... Remember, this is Space Marines. They can be quite practical people. Long titles might tire them.
Well, if I bore them to tears with my long list of titles, perhaps they'll just wave us through, rather than listen to the whole message.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Astartes are bred for violence. If you frustrate them, that's what you'll get, not waving through. Plus, they can turn half their brain off at a time. Just sleep through it, while still paying enough attention to know when you've finished.
Lucky sons
Really?
of bitches! How do I do that with my brain?
Wait, you mean the rest of you haven't learned how to do that?
No! And I have a metal cybernetic brain! I can't turn this shit off. It records literally everything. It's torture.
Slow sip.
I can never forget. No matter how hard I try, I can never forget.
The Emperor crafted you for knowledge, crafted them for slaughter. Different
that-
requirements.
Oh no, that checks out.
Bastards.
How do you know that, Marco? It's just, I know lots, and I don't know that. Narcia, she knows even more. She didn't know that.
I probably got it off my files because he's also a high-ranking inquisitor.
Oh. No. A little file Master Mayor sent me before we left. Just in case I need to kill any of them. All of their organ redundancies, all of their little ways of not quite dying when they should.
That sounds about right. That's something the Inquisition would totally do. I've been taking the piss. Like, we'd probably do it too.
I'm just gonna hope that we don't need that, because I don't think there's enough time for us all to read it in detail. Wouldn't help anyway. If we're in a situation where we're all fighting, there aren't enough of us who are good at it to make a difference. No offense, Lord Captain, that your crew, your armsmen aren't up to it. I am well aware. You forget, perhaps. Oh, Majors Eloa's forces. Fair. I hope this has not been too much of a distraction, Juno. Are you ready to transmit?
Just a moment, thinking about my outro. I suppose we might as well let them know the stakes are rather high here, that there's another Gothic war brooding.
You sure you want to set them on their guard?
I don't know. Trying to hide things from his angels seems like poor tactics to me, but I suppose there's wisdom in a slow release of information. Well,
At
Savin
least
simply wished to reintroduce their chapter to the wider sector.
good enough for Vox. Yes, it should be appropriate for an initial communique. More details, of course, can be revealed in person.
That does remind me. Can someone run me through again the things we're not supposed to be telling them?
Anything that would
Excellent.
make them wary or distrusting of us, specifically.
I feel like holding back information would do exactly that.
It's my thought, but this is just the first communique to sort of get our foot in the door. Once we're aboard, I do intend to tell them everything.
Yes, it's worth considering. Who else we don't know is listening?
Good point.
Oh yes, if that other Inquisitor's here, I'm sure she'll be very interested to hear what I have to say about this. That is a good point.
It's all just such a headache. I thought I was joining the Emperor's Light so that I could live an honest life in service of humanity.
Oh, actually, I know one thing you shouldn't be mentioning. I might just lean real close and whisper to your ear. Do not mention Grey Knights. Never mention Grey Knights.
The who?
Then I think you didn't hear anything.
He
Right,
has
right.
enough perception, he probably did.
Right. Those who are not to be named, yes.
Yes, exactly. That's all.
Hey, Princess. This isn't you living a dishonest life. You're not the one making the call. By the time we get in talking range, Doc here will have basically told him everything anyway.
I know, I simply dislike this need for dancing around this. These are Astartes. They should be the... Well, I understand the situation is more complicated than that, but I would love to disbelieve that they are still the Emperor-serving good boys that supposedly they were way back when, before all of this happened. and that we can simply go on telling them the truth and continuing to fight the true enemy.
Yeah. I'd like that too, Princess, but remember Schindelgeist. These guys have been gone for only half as long as that bastard had.
I wonder if there can be any truer cruelty to give a warrior than other to throw them forward in time. It seems they do not. It seems the psyche cannot take well, seeing what they have fought for so long or changed in such ways.
Okay, I think I have what I need to say. Do I look all right? Oh,
Oh,
right.
you look.
Good. I'm sure the pics won't butcher me too terribly. Oh. Someone give me a thumbs up when I'm recording. I can't see the camera.
Can you see the
I'll-
thumbs up?
I mean, how about I just tell you when the camera is rolling?
I mean, whatever.
I will hunt you down.
Perfect.
3, 2, 1.
Greetings, brothers of the Flame Falcons chapter. This is Sister Juno Deandric, aboard the Mother of Invention, alongside Leth's appointed regent, Augustus Lupus. We have returned to Leth in hopes of speaking with you. I represent the Holy Inquisition, the order that attempted to have your chapter's name cleared of the false charges laid against it, and who returned Venerable Brother Eustace's arms and fortress to him, the latter from the hands of heretics now dispatched. We come in open fraternity in the hopes of helping your chapter be peacefully reintroduced to the sector at large, and look forward to hearing your reply. May you walk in the Emperor's light. Oh, make the sign of Aquila at them, and end video.
You should have mentioned how much it would have cost for the feet pics.
What?
I should not have given you access to a noosphere, Princess.
I mean,
Jeff,
she
what
would
have
have
you
done
been
it
showing
for
her?
I haven't been showing her anything. I've just been letting her have a look.
I am assassin trained. I am rather good at finding the shadows.
Yeah.
and feet pics, apparently.
Yes, it
Which
seems you
is,
really
you
are
know.
light on the soles of your feet.
I can't
Have a
help.
monopoly on this
Just
shit.
grimaces.
I can't help but amuse myself. Look,
How'd she find Wikifoot already?
look. You should see what prices they range for toasters. I still really don't understand that chapter.
Please tell me we got the recording before any of that on there.
We
I mean,
can.
I'll tell you, but it's not true.
We can trim it before transmission.
Thank the Emperor. Okay, let's do that then.
Unless
No,
the Flame Falcons have
I'm
a
not
foot
showing a bunch of Space Marines my feet, you perverts.
You need to show the Astartes your feet. Do it for the Emperor.
Why?
So, turn off that camera already.
Frankly, I don't see why you care. It's not like you can even see them anymore.
I get.
Amelie, Augustus will just grimace at you.
I'm teasing her. I'm teasing her.
I'm like, come over here to slapping range.
Be careful, Juno. From what I've seen of her, it may not be the set of cheeks you want.
See, now you're making it worse.
So Juno grimaces openly, but inside she's thinking of her large collection of paddles. Like,
Now then, let's send this off, shall we? Let's
Uh,
be off.
After the editing, please.
I waited for the light to be off.
Okay, good. Let's not immediately
fine.
make a fool of ourselves in front of the large holy Astartes.
It's fine. I'll just send them my feet pics instead. We are
How am I
odd.
the least perverse person here? I don't understand you people.
You aren't.
I am very curious. What would actually happen if any of this footage got to them?
Confusion.
It's probably
I'm gonna take out a credits, fucking like a pile of throne gelt, just stick it in Narcia's hands. I'm gonna pay you 100 gelt to fuck off now.
No, this
money
is
with you.
useful information for you. Assuming they still have proper hypno conditioning, their libidos are refactored. What for a normal person is sexual pleasure, they get the closest they get to that is the thrill of battle.
Oh yeah, I
Jeez.
understand that.
Why is the Space Marine's libido important information?
Marco will just turn and look at Amelie.
Amelie will wave.
Because any attempt to seduce them will either be impossible for them to interpret, or it will lead to the dueling pits.
I like one of those options a lot more.
Please, Amelie, no. They're Space Marines.
Look, I'm not going to duel the Space Marines unless they ask very nicely.
Well, in that case,
And even
please keep your dirty mouth to yourself when we're over there.
they are honorable Astartes. I would not tease them so much, especially since I don't have the personal friendship with them.
The Honorable Sororitas could use a little less teasing, but fine.
You are adorable when your cheeks are red. I'll behave. Unless they want to have a demonstration of combat prowess, I see no reason for me to do anything.
Amelie,
And
I'm
to
worried that you're underestimating the Marines. If you end up fighting one of them, they're just going to rip you in half.
underestimate nothing. It is simply a matter of perspective. If there is a battle to be fought, you fight it. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose.
It matters to me if a Space Marine rips your head off and throws it into the audience.
Please, I see no reason why we'd have to duel to the death. That's barbaric.
They're Space
You.
Marines.
Yes, even if they don't intend it. What would, to one of their brothers, be a glancing blow could cut your arms clean off.
Oh, I think you all underestimate my skills. Remember that I've had experience with fighting a Chaos Marine, even though that initial encounter I wouldn't even call a fight.
Amelie, do you remember what happened when we fought Prang?
Exactly. But things have changed since then.
Not that much.
You would be surprised.
Okay. Listen, I'm not worried about your combat prowess, but eventually, if a blow does land on you, you're very delicate. Even if it doesn't kill you, it might cripple you.
The key to combat is to not get hit.
Yes, well.
Oh, I should also probably add that despite their size, they're faster than humans. You think
Of
that
course.
these lords are actually faster?
Everything is faster than humans. Humans are faster than humans, apparently. All anything ever does in this universe is get faster. I've been training specifically for that.
Orcs don't
okay.
get. Most orcs don't get faster.
And even then, you have to have the asterisk the most.
Yeah, if the orc's all painted red, then it's one of the fastest things around. Especially if it's painted red on a red motorbike.
with rockets on it. And like
Well,
a huge
yeah, but
36 engine.
come on, Balti. Tell me a single orc that doesn't just have a rocket shoved up it somewhere.
Good point. Good point.
Oops, I couldn't loot it fast enough.
I've heard of some that actually just strap rockets straight to their back and jump. I wonder how they land.
Very painfully, I can assure you.
Probably screaming and swinging weapons.
Okay, I think we've all made our points then. There's not going to be any convincing Amelie not to fight a space marine if it offers.
Indeed.
Well, that being said, what's our ETA to the inner orbits?
Or at least boarding range. Because we might get boarded. That's a distinct possibility in our future.
If they we have merged fairly close. If they approach in turn, we will be in boarding range. We would be in combat range then 20 hours. As it is, I would estimate 36 hours before we enter orbit.
Okay, well. I guess I'm going to go take a nice long de-stress bath and start a long cycle of praying, as we're going to need it.
I think I have some reading I need to catch up on.
Indeed. If they reply, should I call you here again?
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right. A couple of hours will pass, and Juno. Just easier to send it to all of you, really. All get a notification from Augie that the Falcon fleet is fanning out to a more defensive position, but they are making no attempt to approach you, just letting you come to them.
Sounds about right. You wouldn't want some maniac to ram your entire fleet, one ship into the other.
They were never close enough quite for that, but now they are. Before they were fairly close, just keeping like a cordon on the other vessels under them. Now they are arrayed in a proper combat formation. Look, you joke, Savin, but ramming is actually a time-honored tactic.
Oh no, I know that Imperial ships have giant rams on the front. I'm more thinking about the ramming while going to warp speed.
So that's even more impossible than it was supposed to be in Star Wars, because you don't have a hyper acceleration before you breach the hyperspace barrier. You just tear a hole in the soul of time and go into that.
Listen, it was also impossible in Star Wars until some asshole writer decided no.
I mean, they did demonstrate that you went very fast and then you skipped, so it was less impossible than it is in this. It's you stay at the same speed the whole time. You just go into the dimensional arsehole.
Alright, well, did they send any kind of verbal reply, or is that going to take a while longer to get here?
A little longer.
Alright, back to praying.
Yes. I'm also going to step away very quickly, grab a drink and all that jazz.
Okay.
Oh, no. We can have this. Don't unpause, otherwise this little thing will not make any sense.
Too late. We're just making
Okay,
fun of DCL.
Yeah. But one of the 4 major types of assassin is the Eversaw, who you just put in a pod, you send it at a ship, or at a city or something, and then it gets out and it kills everyone. It doesn't go stealthy, it doesn't go quiet.
It rips and tears until it is done.
Yes.
The Doom
It
Guy
is-
assassin.
Yes, it is a skull-helmed slayer with a power sword and hands that rip and tear.
Exactly. Subtlety in my 40k is less likely than you think.
However, Amelie's tutor is part of the Calidus tradition, which is, generally about disguise yourself, get in somewhere, kill someone however necessary, leave.
Look, I did pick up the ranks in stealth. Look, Xenos don't necessarily get to have honorable combat at all times.
But given that putting on the disguise, even with the sophistication of 40k tech, that does take some time. You have also been trained in very sophisticated swordsmanship and a vague attempt to train you in shooting.
One of those went better than the other.
Well, I'd absolutely want to be a Vindicator myself.
Ballistic skills of 26.
Yes. The Marco's judgment was basically, if you're ever in a situation where your sword is not sufficient, flamethrowers and grenades. Just throw them out at random.
Look, all I'm saying is the Emperor would never put me in a position where his holy sword is not available to smite his enemies.
It's true, but it can only smite one at a time. And the enemies are innumerable.
Look, only being able to...
Sometimes you just need to blow your way through the little shit ones so you can stab the important one.
I agree, but also saying you could only cut one at a time is like saying a gun can only cut down one person at a time. You simply need to increase the number of attacks.
Or get penetration.
But yes, penetration, explosive bullets. There are a lot of things you can do with a gun that you can't with a sword. At least a sword you want to use more than once.
Well, look, if somebody wants to create an extending sword so that I can cleave through multiple enemies, I'll be very thankful, as that would be amazing.
Juno puts up her hand as if to speak, then closes her lips and lowers it. Turns around and just walks away, snickering.
Flashback to our melee training sessions aside. Right. Just going to check my voice mod works. I should have turned it on, but
You can hear?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
yes. A little longer passes, and Augie will relay the reply he has received to a lot of you.
Sister Dandrick, we know of your name. Your presence is welcome, and we invite you, Regent Lupus, and your companions, to join us aboard the Eternal Flame. You shall be honored guests of our Grand Master. For all you have done, we honor you in our grandfather's name.
That kind of whisper, lean over to you and see, the ship's even called the Eternal Flame. It just works out.
So,
Our ship is
so
the mother of
Merz. What? Who is a Space Marine's grandfather?
What laws do you have that would be relevant?
Let's see.
Imperium?
I have Creed, Legends, Tactics.
You have Forbidden Creed, don't you?
I do have Forbidden Creed, yes.
Yes. You can. Since this is specifically Astartes Creed, you'll have a -10 to this.
Okay. Can I get assistance from anybody?
Nope.
Eloa would be the only one.
Okay. Well, I will happily rub my brain on Eloa to negate this penalty.
I would also suggest, if you are teaming up with Eloa would have a more relevant law than you.
Wow, I see.
Like, she could just throw Forbidden Law Space Marine at it.
What's her success chance, though?
Very
I actually have
high.
a bunch of dots in Creed. I know her int is
Well,
higher than mine.
it's one of those things where she could assist you, but you can't assist her. So it may actually be better for you to both roll separately.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'll just go ahead and roll with no help. So -10. Hey, Lamau.
All right, Eloa, would you like to roll, or are you satisfied about Space Marines talking about their grandfather?
What if I gave Juno +10?
If you don't want to roll, got it.
Okay, fine. I'll roll Depths of Knowledge.
Yeah,
Yay.
please pay attention, Stray.
I actually fell asleep. These meds are really kicking my ass, okay?
Right there
Fair.
with you, sister.
This time you have an excuse. It's okay. You're trying your best.
Please repeat.
So Forbidden Lore, something or other in your case. Whatever.
Space Marine for you.
So Depths of
Yes. Yeah, but the whole thing was a talk with Savin about, Eloa could assist Juno. Juno can't assist Eloa, but you can both throw but because you're throwing different wars at it, I'm not going to have any issues with you rolling separately.
Modifier, please.
Space Marine, it's a 0.
Nice.
All right.
4 buddies.
Yes. So, the Space Marine interpretation of the faith is a bit different from that of mortals, as you believe. Whereas mortals, in the normal creed, they simply believe the Emperor is a god that ascended from humanity and has led you into a golden age of righteousness. The Mechanicus believes he is the earthy Omnissiah, the incarnation of the machine god's triumvirate. Space Marines, they claim direct descent from the Primarchs, and from the Primarchs, direct descent from the Emperor.
Okay.
So in this case, grandfather, that's just quite possibly a poetic way for them to refer to the Emperor.
Okay.
Of course, there is the other grandfather,
Yeah.
one of the quartet of the archenemy.
Yeah, see, when you
There
say
you go.
grandfather Merz, all I remember is a fat fuck whirling a sausage grinder, going, "Oh, grandfather! Oh, grandfather!" Ugh. So, yeah, a little triggering there. Ugh. All right. Hopefully that's fine. I'm sure they're not a bunch of diseased pustules under all that armor. Right? Right. Okay. So yeah, I will send a response to them saying, "We are most pleased to receive your invitation, and will make best haste to join you." That's sufficient.
All right.
Yeah, it's boogie.
Yes. A number of juniors on each ship will will work out the actual establishment of where you are going to dock, how big a ship you can take. As it turns out, you can take pretty much anything you like. The Threat Lane Falcon hangar is big enough.
Oh yeah, I should ask at this point because it occurs to me I don't think I did at any point, despite meaning to several times. Did Kiara come with us, or she go to a savior?
She is hanging with you for
Okay.
now.
Good. Because
You don't think we'll leave our pilot behind?
well, yeah, because we lost our light craft in a unfortunate ramming attack accident, and then also the actual pilot in the party can't. She lost her license. So yeah, having somebody with a spacecraft and me who can pilot worth a shit, probably good. Yes, Eloa is actually an extremely good pilot, it turns out, but we do not have any of our own spacecraft, so I vote the gun cutter.
All right. Yes. If Reeve had gone to Saviour, she would have gone with him. But since he's just going back to Portmore and political adventures, she's going with you guys because this will be less mind-numbingly tedious, hopefully.
Oh. And hopefully both of these adventures will be mind-numbingly tedious for everybody but Juno. Because if they're not, then we're probably going to die.
Oh, I guess I'll turn off the other half of my brain.
But yeah. Actually, that does remind me. Did I need to roll or spend influence or anything for that other thing I DM'd you about a few weeks ago?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah. If you want to do all of those, you'll be spending a fair chunk. Just give me a moment. Sorry, I had worked out what you would need to spend, but I forgot to get the numbers.
That's cool. Sorry, I should have asked between sessions, but I forgot as well.
Alright, and the last guy is enemies without.
You're looking at reinforcement characters. Do keep in mind the peers and...
Yep. I am I'm very much keeping those in mind.
Appreciate it.
And Ben. Okay, he is also 3. So it's 13 influence.
Oof.
I'll just DM you the breakdown.
Sure. That technically counts as 3 different transactions, right? There are
Yes.
3 different fractions. Cool. Sorry guys, this is actually super important.
You
Potentially.
would be concerned.
No, I'm trying to alleviate a substantial concern.
Ah. So you're not also turning into a heretic.
Holy shit. Alright, wasn't expecting to actually get that last one, but alright. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Was the closest thing, and then I realized, that makes perfect sense, actually, given the thing that happened beforehand.
Yep.
One should be getting here, within, this 6-month window.
Alright, yep, I will spend those influence points. It is 10 for me, effectively. Because, lol, noble. Alright. That's marked off. Worthy purchase. Now then. Guess it's time to relieve a great deal of stress for anybody who has partners to do so with. And get yourselves dressed, get perfumed up, get ready to meet some Spec Marines.
I think perfume is really gonna help here.
I got my artificer armor on and everything.
Yes, so that was what I was going to ask. What is everyone gearing up with? Are you going in full resplendent battle plate?
I said, man.
I'm putting the red robes on.
Yeah,
Just
normally
my usual.
Normally for this sort of situation, I would totally have Juno dress up in her nice clothing. However, if I fucking shake the Space Marine's hand, he will probably break my entire arm off. So, I think I'm just going to make sure my power armor is in its finest state possible. I will have my single staff on hand. I'll probably trade out from the bolt staff to just the nice decorative staff. And then, yeah, let's get my habit on over that. Look all fancy. See, not too
Sure.
fancy. Practical fancy. Don't want to put on airs.
As members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, I think we had to go full fancy here. Robes, the tech staffs, all that jazz. Maga should bring the Amnesian axe, of course. Oh, it's gonna be good.
I have my fancy, clean, new artificer armor.
Does it have that retro medieval knight look to it?
I assume so.
With all the
Considering who she
skulls.
is.
Also, with now 90% more cat skulls.
Cat skulls.
How long does it take to don or take off power armor?
A bit.
I think I'm just gonna go with the older the fucking Imperial Guard flak armor I was using.
Didn't you get given a suit of carapace armor on? Yes, you did. You got given a suit of carapace on Vindalex while they were. Yeah, they didn't ask for that back after they gave you your artificer, so you still have that.
All right. For anyone who's not in Omniscion robes or power armor, I will make sure the quartermaster issues you a little House Lupus patch you can put on your armor, so you look like you belong with the crew.
Yeah. Sounds good, thank you.
All right. I also want to ask, which NPCs you have 3 slots to fill in. Augie does sort of have to come, but you've got Casa, Marco, and Jeff fighting for 2 places.
So, just to refresh our memory here, we don't expend Graves as a usable resource unless he actually has to perma-spend a fate point, right?
If he spends 1 at all.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, not burn 1. If he spends 1, then
Okay.
he is dead.
Still, if ever there's a time for Graves to come out and hopefully also get to go back into the closet, this might be the time for it.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense that Graves will be coming along here. I'm thinking of the perspective still one character. Also, I don't want to have to fiddle with the fucking voice mod. But I see no reason why Graves would not be coming along.
Yeah, he can just stick in the background as Amelie's enormous shadow. Plus, he was part of the group that helped clear this planet, so
Yeah, considering how Graves is the one with the actual accolades, and Amelie's still technically not done anything outside of training.
Yeah. And Jeff also fought here, so let's bring him. As much as Marco's probably marginally more useful in this situation.
So did Casa.
Yes, but I want Cass to live.
Okay.
Let me see, voice line.
We'll probably need updating.
Although, actually, Casa has a bunch of social skills. No, wait, does she? No, she has knowledge.
It's fine. It's not like Casa would ever want to meet a space marine up close. That would be silly.
Listen.
If this goes well, this isn't a one and done meeting.
Exactly. And Casa does not have social skills. She has shitloads of knowledge and dodge. So
she can buy and sell decently.
I'm hoping I don't need to try and trade my feet picks to these Space Marines. I'm gonna be honest. If that's what we're reduced to, I think Juno might go back to the ship and just jump out an airlock.
Listen, Chapter Master, I can get you a real good deal on those Sororita panty shots. And come on, what you say? It'll be 3 for 2 geld, at least for the first 100.
Do not listen to her. She's only trying to deceive you. I am the one with the good shots. The feet picks. I am the true path as decreed by the Emperor on Terra.
Okay.
Feet picks is the way.
Can I bonk her on the
Casa
head?
is never allowed to help dress me again. To get another servitor.
Oh.
That's. Yeah, I think.
Oh my god! The Battle of the Minds.
Brothers, I am confused. Why do they think we care for the female form? The Emperor, he only Emperor, our glorious grandfather, he only professes love for manly men, doing manly things with swords.
Oh, it's Menfit picks, and they're extra hairy.
Nobody knows why, but you can hear
Do not
Grave.
sell my husband's feet pics. Or
You can hear Grave moaning in the
Actually, Jeff's
background.
probably fine with it. All right, Jeff, before we go over to that ship, I need you to take your boots off for a minute here.
Right, Jeff. Take the boots off right now.
All right. So, memeing aside,
Yeah, I think Loopy, Jeff, and Graves are our picks here.
all right.
Shit goes south. Graves might actually be able to buy us a modicum of time to run away. Not a lot,
Probably.
but a turn or two.
At least run away from the one room.
Yeah, no. Hopefully we're not too deep in the ship.
Indeed, there is little more else I would like than to meet fellow Astartes. Well, not fellow Astartes, but fellow brothers in arms who have served the Emperor.
Yes, well. With all luck, Graves, this will be a peaceable meeting, and you can simply shake hands with a man who has served the throne for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
No, I hear nothing.
Oh no.
Okay. Test.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, no, I've actually fucked up. Give me a second.
Fucking Amelie's eardrums rupture, and they're
There we
starting
go.
to bleed. Excuse me, this is your stupidity has made me deaf.
Sausage as a we're not chew toy action over here.
Test. Voice not working.
Yes, there you go.
Oh,
Can you hear us?
And you can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
All right,
great.
I got.
Yeah, that works now.
Okay, what's that crackling noise?
Oh shit! I thought it was mute. Sorry, I was eating grape.
Oh,
that is a crunchy ass grape.
I think that's the sound of the stem.
No, that was the sound of the plastic bag I'm getting out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna eat the plastic bag, or could I have it next?
We can share.
Yay.
all right. So NPC list is Augie, Graves, Jeff. Equipment-wise, the mecha pair are in, full regalia. Juno and Amelie are in giant battle plate.
Well, hold on. My plate is not giant. This is tiny Sororitas plate.
It's giant compared to ordinary people. It's not. You don't become a large creature, but you are embiggened somewhat.
Yeah, all right. Because Balty's the one who potentially can become as large.
Oh, yes. Amelie currently is the large one.
Yeah, I decided on a plan B in case this goes south. That is surefire to work.
Is it teleport us back to the ship?
It is not.
Okay. Can we
I mean, I
go?
assumed it was.
Can we put that at plan C?
Yeah, put that.
I assume Amelie and Graves are large.
Yes.
Yes.
And then Augie, Balti, Ceiko, and Jeff are all in carapace of various degrees of decoration.
Alright. Actually, before I commit to this, I'm going to look at Eloa. Will I actually survive shaking hands with a Space Marine in this power armor?
Merzendi, does the power armor give her a strength or unnatural strength and or toughness rating?
Unnatural strength
I don't
1.
remember.
Yes. So it should hold up to a casual grip. If they try, of course, I can squeeze straight through it.
Right, okay. So, hopefully they remember their manners and don't try and just rip my arm off. Alright. I will accept this. Yeah, so we'll go for the Space Marine shake.
Do not worry, their grip will be light as they will fear the cooties.
It's true. I have not seen a woman in 5,000 years. I am gross.
Oh, guys, imagine if all the Space Marines we're about to encounter were literally constantly on fire.
Oh, I can do that too. Unfortunately, it has a strange tendency to deaden emotions around me. I'm not sure that would be particularly beneficial for negotiations, but it might put them on ease to know that I too can become a human torch.
Might.
You too burn with the Emperor's undying and internal flame. If anything, I think it might make them best friends with you.
Well, that's the hope.
And then
the charm is really high.
And then Juno became their token het friend.
Hell yeah.
We killed everyone else.
So, I mean, there is precedent for highly religious Space Marines to just scoop up blind women to keep them as their pets.
Is there actually?
There is a precedent
yes.
for that.
Her name. She appeared in the first Heretic, the Horus Heresy book I occasionally gripe about Lorgar from, and she was a confessor of the Word Bearers Legion.
Fuck is a confessor?
The same thing in the Catholic Church.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But why though? It's the fucking Imperial Truth era.
Because the Word Bearers never followed the Imperial Truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about Lorgar's voice here.
Listen.
Yeah, remember what Frank told you about Lorgar writing the...
I mean, like, there
Divine
was
book?
clearly...
That was true.
If he actually had to sit down and do the thing at some point, then clearly there was a point before then where he was not doing that.
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
He was caught by an order of monks on his planet, ritually abused through his childhood, so he became super religious and had visions of the Emperor coming. Based on those visions, fought all of the Chaos worshippers on his home world and killed them, and proclaimed that the Emperor his god was going to come, and then the Emperor came down and high-fived him.
Well, not
And
all
then-
of them.
And then
His dad was
hold on, Bob.
Go ahead.
Then the guys that had abused him through his childhood, Lorgas looked to them and said, "Hey, you guys want to come be Space Marines?" And they said, "Sure." And he had them made into pseudo Space Marines. But they were also secretly still Chaos Worshippers, even while they were allowing Lorgar to talk about the Emperor being a god.
Okay. Anyway,
Lorgar's fucking
That book
fanfic
is
is responsible for all of this.
but yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I suppose holopics before now they're just like grainy Star Wars holograms, right?
Depends on the distance, but yeah.
But well, the one
Generally.
we send, most likely.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess before we get there, I'm gonna go ahead and pop a fate point to become as Human Torch. This will surely help, guys. I promise.
It's a demon.
All right, so just so we're all familiar with this, that's all of you nerds. So, got a bonus against fear for this whole situation coming up, and there's 20 interaction. I'll probably drop that at some point once we start actually negotiating. Contain myself, but this seems like a good, solid plan. And then we'll arrive on their ship and find out none of them are on fire. It'll be very awkward. Walty, what are you doing?
This is his plan B.
This is plan B.
Okay, if this is your plan B, good. Okay, that's fine.
They start shooting
hide as a servitor. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. That's probably fine. Just servitor your way into a closet and then you can teleport to safety. Once they're done shooting at you.
You say to safety, how... This is an important question to check the range of Baltus' teleport.
Like 6 kilometers or something, isn't it?
That's nothing in space.
Well, it'll get us down to the hangar.
He'll get us off the ship so we can die in the vacuum.
I mean, that's true, actually. I have a helmet for my fucking armor. I'll live if we do that.
So does Eloa. Everyone, but
yeah, the people in Carapace are fucked, but Eloa and I will be fine. And Amelie, too. And Graves.
Yeah. Are you guys wearing your helmets as you come in on final approach?
I'm not going to be wearing it, but I will have it, secured to my belt or something.
But better question: do you think you can live to? How many turns will it be? Is it based on PR?
It requires 3 turns to cast it.
Yeah, so this is why we brought Graves, to buy us a turn or 2 to survive.
Graves is coming along because Space Marines. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, no, for sure. I asked Graves to come along, knowing full well I might need to use him to protect us from dying for 12 seconds or so.
Only 12 seconds. You rate him so poorly.
No, I rate him extremely highly at 12 seconds.
Look, he says 12 seconds because by the time our turns are fucking done, it will be 12 seconds before we have to wrap up.
Alright, I'm going to very quickly jump away. Need the restroom.
Okay. There's a good little icon. There we go. Now I'm on fire.
Oh, it's only 1 kilometer per psi rating. Okay.
Well, what psi rating do you have?
I could go up to 7, but it's minus 20 willpower test.
So, okay. So, most likely 5 or 6 kilometers. I mean, that's... Given the size of an Imperial ship, that's probably enough to get us from wherever down to the hangar, maybe.
Yeah.
If not, it's certainly enough to get us somewhere else in the ship where they aren't fighting us at that moment.
To be honest, I was just planning on just turning into a servitor and hiding in a closet, or just carrying coffee around.
Oh yeah, no, that's a great plan for if the rest
For
of us
me.
die and you survive.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're getting off this ship, but then again, you might just turn into a menial on the ship. That's how you spend the rest of your life.
Well, I gotta sleep at some point, and then it'll turn off. But
Well, just be
hopefully
in a
by that
closet.
time, yeah. Hopefully they'll just like land on a planet, and then this random servitor like, hey, why is this servitor carrying coffee going into the woods?
Eh.
And then I just sprint to safety on lab.
Yeah, that's a good plan. You can go live the rest of your life with your baby mama.
Hold on. Bob, safety, Lev, pick one. You cannot have both.
Relative safety of not having a space marine shoot me on sight, okay?
Okay, then just being hit by the dragons. I guess that's also fine.
Yeah, I have psychic powers. I'll be okay against a dragon.
I like his confidence, Merz.
Surely they're not melt-proof.
I like his confidence.
Oh wait, I could just turn into a dragon. What am I talking about? Oh god, no, that's a bad idea. Never mind.
I'm not sure how helpful that would be in confined spaces.
I mean against another dragon. But...
If we encounter a dragon on this ship, I think the safest and most practical solution is just for us all to kill ourselves on our turn.
No, it's fine. We will seduce the dragon, as is good old tabletop RPG tradition.
I think the only one who could survive that is probably Eloa.
Oh no.
Who says we need to survive it? Well, servants of the Emperor. Onwards unto death!
Oh no. I just realized something.
What?
I don't have my power fist.
Dude, if we get into a fight, the only objective is to run away. There's not... If you're wasting your turn making an attack, the only reason to do that is if you're going to die anyway, and you're hoping to sandbag the Space Marines for a turn. A turn.
The power fist would be useful for ripping through bulkheads.
It's only a power fist, though, not a chain fist. If they,
fair enough.
Yeah, if they drop like proper bulkheads, you're still gonna have a slow time.
Well, then let's not piss them off.
Yeah, no. The objective here is to do this completely peacefully, to just ascertain that yes, these are all good pure boys, and then we can go home.
All right.
Whereas it's not that nice, but that's the plan.
Did we leave already?
No, you, Bob, since you said you got to go for 7. Oh no, that was about your psi rating.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
off tomorrow. Sorry. Sorry.
Yes, Bob actually left an hour and a half ago. We've been talking to his ghost.
Yeah, he just left behind his psychic echo through the warp. So your corruption
Seems
points.
legit. Oh man, what if all these fucking Space Marines are just psychic echoes? It's all just fucking in our heads.
That means they cannot kill us.
I mean...
I have a phantasmal killer in New York to sell you.
Fuck.
But yeah, one thing I can say for certain, for Bob, it wouldn't need to be a psychic echo. his computer could just put together a reasonable facsimile of his psyche from favored porn videos.
That is so true.
Yeah.
Yes. The gun cutter makes its final approach, and if any of you are looking out viewports, you can see that there is a small honor guard arrayed in front of the landing pad. Kira will just give a whistle through the intercom. Ooh, got to say, guys, this is probably the most intimidating welcome I've ever seen. Good luck.
This will be fine.
Emperor protects.
And I was going to, in fact, concentrate on that protection and, do the thing where she starts glowing a little bit.
All
right, everyone, just stay calm. Trust in the Emperor's guidance. All will be well.
I'm as calm as I can be. And are you glowing, or am I having a schizoid delusion?
With any luck, I'm glowing, yes.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
and I'm not turning into a schizophrenic. Good.
Meanwhile,
What do you
Graves
mean
is over here in
turning?
the corner. Meanwhile, Graves is over here in the corner, happy crying as Amelie is having to hold his hand.
Oh,
And meanwhile, Graves is in the other corner looking accusingly at Juno.
Wait, what? Why am I accusingly looking at Juno?
Remember her actual schizoid delusions?
Oh yeah, it's been a minute.
No, I actually forgot about those.
I haven't.
I didn't.
Yes. No, Graves is totally excited.
Gonna go over and I'm just gonna put a little kiss on Graves' forehead. Savor this moment and pray that they are as loyal as we hope.
If they are not one of the Emperor's chosen, it shall be plain to us the minute we see it.
Good luck.
All right. Kira is going to wait for you to give her the signal to drop the ramp.
Take Augie's hand in mine. Give it a squeeze. Well, not a squeeze actually. That might hurt him in power armor. Well, gently take his hand around a couple fingers. Say, "All right, Kira. If things go awry, take off immediately. Don't wait for us. But try and stay close for a few seconds at least."
No can do. I'm good, but I'm not, flying out through fully functional Space Marine point defense is good.
Shit.
If I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna need you guys here to, take those off.
Okay, well, in that case, if things go awry, hide and hope they don't notice that there's still a pilot in here.
Yeah, can probably make myself enough of scarce enough or enough of a nuisance enough. Either way works. I'll last till you get back. Or, we all die proving that, they're fallen.
Yes, and hopefully the Mother of Invention can get away and warn somebody. Hopefully. Anyway, hopefully none of that will be irrelevant. So, we'll give Kira a pat on the shoulder. See you in a bit.
If, she will just hop up and give you a little kiss on the cheek.
Aw. Little gentle hug for Kiera.
And just remember, if this does go badly, even if we get away, we're probably going to be hunted by the Audomelius for the rest of our lives.
Yep. Well, I suppose we'll have to get back to Augustus's plan of disappearing into dark space for a while. Or ever.
Well, it's a good thing that the Audomelius is exceedingly incompetent, unlike us, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yes, well, that is also true.
Smile.
On we go.
Alright. Announcement trumpets or just drop the ramp?
Just drop the ramp. We aren't that pretentious, are we?
I wish we were sometimes.
I can be that pretentious, but, you know. I feel like that's antithetical to the Space Marine monk aesthetic.
Yeah.
Sorry. Have you seen those pauldrons?
Once we get out of here, I'm gonna have to show you the Ultramarines Annual.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I'm going to leave now.
Really? Sicarius looks really good in his golden body paint.
Oh, I woke up sausage. That laugh.
His olive tree.
Oh my god. I can see that too. Complete with
I'm
the
going to
helmet
walk
on.
off the ship even if I walked through it. I'm out. Bye.
Alright, so Kira stifles her giggling before the ramp drops would slightly undermine your gravitas to have to just have a giggling airhead behind you.
Yes.
As it falls, there is a rush. Those of you with the talent, you feel it just as a crisping of your skin. An inundation of psionic power. Juno, here, now, your sight is not limited. You are not constrained by the power of your own soul. You can see all across the hangar, radiant with ever-burning psychic power. For the rest of you, there is still that sound of rushing flame, as if promethium igniting. And you see before you 11 Astartes. They're formed up in an honor guard, 5 on each side of the ramp. Red and yellow armor, lit by the flames that burn around their own heads, bolters drawn up in salute, and the center, waiting at the head of the honor guard, a single marine in black, a skull plate on his helm, and other decorations of death adorning him, while flames lick from the joints in his armor. Those of you with cybernetic ears or active auto senses, you can just hear a little click, a hiss of vox transmission from the black armored figure, and then the other Astartes present their arms in a full salute.
That's certainly impressive.
He's looking over to Graves, is giving a smile. As the old man looks like he's about to cry in joy.
Sister Dandrick, Regent Lupus, you and your companions are welcomed aboard the Eternal Flame.
My, oh my.
Are you wanting to take point, Juno? As there is something Graves would like to say.
Please, Graves.
All right. Amelie and Graves will walk up close over towards the Astartes. And as he gets close, I guess this the center formation as he's kind of going to address all of them.
Okay.
And both of them will. How would you give is there like an imperial salute you can give with your weapons like they did without immediately raising he's got a gun reflex?
In a circumstance like this, yes, they would be expecting a weapon being presented as part of it, so yeah. They're not going to shoot you for returning a salute.
No. Okay.
There's a reasonable fear.
Yeah, just making sure before the assumption is made and the combat is started. But yes, Graves will not only give the salute, but also bow deeply and take a knee and give respect and say,
I thank all of you for receiving us. It has been your honor, glory, and sacrifice that has helped guide my every action in the service towards the Empire. No matter what is said of you or your chapter, I know that there is a history in which you have served the Emperor with all of your might, and I have used that as a guiding light. I thank you all.
The black armored figure, this isn't exactly how I wanted to set this up, but I can just use this little entry hall for the hangar bay, I think. It's just
sweet. Oh, what a Bernie boy. I love him.
They're beautiful. So, if only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Here.
Yeah. So, Graves, the black armored figure, will advance, place a hand on your shoulder. Graves, do you have any corruption points?
don't think Graves ever got any.
DCL?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, I was like, he has a few. He's got like 8.
Okay, but less than 10.
Yeah, he never got to the point where it actually mattered.
Hey, holy shit, you have more than me? One more
I forget.
than me.
Yeah, I forget what caused it. I'm pretty sure it was the encounter with the Chaos Marine.
And Graves has jumped face first into more Chaos Boys than Narcia.
Yeah. He's seen some demons in his day.
Actually, just spread these guys out for right now. Yes, the flames. There is a soft warmth to them, a heat, but it is not unpleasant.
Rise now. You honor us with your dedication. You are the one called Graves, are you not?
Indeed.
Our venerable ancient has told me how you have fought, how you have paid the Emperor's price.
Indeed. Along with many other soldiers not so fortunate as I, as to be blessed with the ability to keep serving the Emperor.
To die in service is the greatest honor one can achieve. To do that in return, our grandfather's gifts are with you, Brother Graves. Rise.
He will do so and also say, I understand that I am your junior in rank in the service, but you have all bled and fought like brothers aside us for the Empire. I could never thank you enough. I could never thank any of our fellow brothers in service enough.
At least the Malleus saw it that way.
Thanks alone do nothing. But you, my brother, you have done more than words. You have marked deeds are plenty, and in that you have achieved everything and more that a mortal might hope.
If I could be so presumptuous, I have achieved much, but not everything. Not just yet.
And Iavus will put a hand on Amelia's shoulder. My last task, to help the generation be able to fight better in the future. To carry on the torch of hope and the duty of the Empire.
A worthy goal, brother.
He turns his helmet slightly, looking Amelie up and down.
You wear that armor with skill, and though I cannot see much of you beneath it, I believe had you been born a man, we would have taken you.
Amelie will kind of laugh at that and say, well, there's a complicated set of emotions in taking that, but Graves is the greatest and most honorable man I've known, and he's passed down that flame of devotion to me. I know I'm far more flippant than he, but I promise to serve with my life for the Emperor, and to hopefully be just as honorable as he in combat and service.
And I, looking upon you, I see that will be a certainty in your time. Our grandfather's gifts, they have come to you. Rare to see them so manifest in a woman. It does break my heart that I cannot offer you our brotherhood. But I offer you honor nonetheless.
Like I said, a bit more flippant than my master grave, so please do not take this the wrong way. I need not your brotherhood offered, for as long as you fight in the service of the Empire, you have already given it. We are all brothers and sisters in arms, no matter our chapters or organizations.
I like this one.
He just clasps your shoulder tight. You can feel the servos in your armor just struggling under his grip, but at the same time, you know, warriors, he could put a lot more force in if he wanted to actually hurt you.
Yeah, Emily's fine. She knows the rough house with the boys.
Okay, we've spent enough words. We still have other friends and people to introduce. Our fellow brothers and sisters in arms, especially Juno.
Oh. Please, the two of you are the deeds of this Ordo. I am just the words, but it is an honor to behold so much of the Emperor's fire here together. We thank you for your welcome. I will look back and indicate the Magoses. This is Adept Narcia, Magos Eloa, the esteemed appointed regent, Baltus Corbec, noble lord, Ceiko, a man talented enough to shoot missiles out of the air with his bare eyes, and Jeff, who gave much of his body in service to retaking the fortress down below. The only survivor of our unit there.
We shall raise a pyre to the warriors lost. And to you,
He reaches up and unclasps his helm. His head is bare, save for the tattoo, save for a stylized tattoo of flames around his around the top of his head. To you, sister, we offer the greatest thanks. For it was by your hand that we have been recalled to his service. Too long have the servants of our grandfather maligned us. Now, it is by those same servants' hands, incarnate in you, that we may return.
Juno will smile and say, Indeed, and it is my hope that once we are done here, I can bring news of your chapter's return and, more importantly, your continued devotion to the Emperor, to those who would malign you, and show them that there is naught here but purity and service. I will walk around Amelie and extend a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chaplain.
Reclusia Q.
Oh God,
The honor is mine, sister.
Could you spell that or turn his nameplate on? Oh God. Yeah, that's a Gesundheit moment.
Oh, sure. I'll say it again, slower first.
Hugh, how's the ducks doing, Hugh?
Reclusiarch Hugh.
Oh, Hugh.
Humongous.
I heard something like YUUH or something. It's like, where the fuck is this dude from?
Oh,
Okay,
that would
that's
have just
that's
been the accent.
yeah, exactly. Okay, that's a proper good French name. Okay. Hughes, even. Okay.
Yes, but it's French, so the ES is it's not pronounced as Hugo's. It would be pronounced like Hugh.
Hugh.
Or as I'll just simplify it, Hugh.
Yes, I'm sure Juno is proficient enough in Romance languages to pronounce it correctly. I'm just gonna call him Hugh though. Clusiarch Hugh. Let's see. Shake my hand. And do I die?
Yes. For you, in fact, he goes down onto one knee and takes your hand very gently. The honor, Sister Dandrick, is mine. I see what your path has cost you. And oh, it pains me to hear that that there are still those who malign us. To know that there is one so willing to give in the Emperor's name. Oh, sorry. Let me try that a little bit again.
Gotta call him Grandpa.
To know that there is one so willing to give in our grandfather's name, such as that on our side. No matter what lies our enemies present, you are a beacon of light, such that we have not seen since our grey brothers brought us into the aegis of secrecy.
Oh.
That's why they're after us.
Yeah, actually. About that.
Turn back to the others.
The events of those days are not public knowledge within the Ordos. Something that has been kept fairly secret. I think that after all these years they would have sorted it out.
Such matters I cannot discuss alone. He lifts his helm up and sets it back into place.
Wait, why were you doing the voice with its helmet off?
Because they don't sound human even with their helmets off.
Fair enough.
They are booming and gruff and like weirdly deep voices.
Well, at least these Space Marines had let their balls drop before they got reorganized inside, unlike that one poor fellow we were talking about the other session. Nobody wants to be the falsetto Marine.
There's some entire chapters that have, like, at that age where their voice is cracking, their entire chapter has that issue.
Yeah, that would be bad.
The frightening voice genetic mutation.
If the gene seed is working properly, they should end up with
something similar to
weirdly
what we...
deep voices. But yeah, mutations are very common after
But
this long.
sometimes the gene seed just never drops. It's okay.
Sometimes the gene seed just decides that you're an anime protagonist.
Oof.
Anyway,
yes.
Yes, he sets his helmet back into place, twisting it to reseal.
On our guard. Form up. Sister, please permit us to escort you to our Grandmaster.
Please. Look back. Everyone, let's go.
All right. We'll take the lead. Couple of Astartes will shift in behind you. Their weapons are still held in salute. They're much more taking the position of shepherds to make sure you don't fall behind and get lost than they are actually keeping you prisoner. At least that's the intent. They are still 8 foot tall, heavily armored titans with rapid fire grenade launchers.
Honestly, high Imperial fashion.
Yeah, I mean,
high fashion.
Speaking of, by the way, who here has trade armorer? I know Eloa does, but anyone else?
Hey. I am an excellent armorer.
All right. As they escort you through the battle barge, you can notice little imperfections in the Falcon's armor. They are their battle plate is, at least this honor guard have their battle plate well cared for and everything is in roughly the right shape, but you can see where repairs have been made, and often where the repairs have used substandard materials. And when the honor guard leads you past other Marines, you armorers can note, most of those other Marines have it substantially worse. Instead of ceramite, it's plasteel, or in at least one case, a shoulder pad that is just made out of ferrocrete.
I have been lost for a while.
Yes, their armor is very ragtag and not up to code. It's still, all of the suits you can see are still clearly powered and moving, but the actual armor quality is significantly degraded.
Merz, you know what just occurred to me? First thing we did when we went to this planet is we stole all their weapons from their armory. God, they have nothing.
No, you didn't steal their armory. You stole their reclusium.
It's even worse.
Sorry, Reclusi. Listen. We gave them to a Death Watch guy. Okay, that You can get them back once we're done here. Like, I probably just arrived at Port Maud to pick it up anyway. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh my god!
Look, we definitely don't need to mention that we also stole their nukes. That's fine. Don't mention that.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, we borrowed them.
Well, it stopped being borrowing when we used it to blow up a moon.
Look, you can't steal when every armory is in service of the Empire, okay?
Yeah, see? There you go. Look, you left your house for 5,000 years with the door open. You gotta just understand that sometimes some hobos are gonna come through and ransack the place. It's just...
And also in our defense, we were afraid it was going to fall into the wrong hands.
Yeah, it could have fallen into Mayor's hands again.
Yes.
Just give them a good home.
Yeah.
Really, we're the heroes.
These are reasonable excuses and reasonable justifications. You are probably going to have to explain these.
Look, I'm over here in Team Battle Himbo. I've completely forgotten that we both did this. So my conscience is clear by omission of memory.
Narcia didn't. This is kind of only a little bit, just a little bit. Feels bad about it, but it wasn't a reasonable action at the time.
Yeah, no,
It's fine. It's fine.
I can probably get those back for them. Or at least put them in touch with a guy who knows where they are.
So,
maybe.
I mean, you're richer than the entire world, so...
This is true.
And we do literally have a ward. If the perimeter of the game, of course.
Look, see, again, we're just taking care of it for them while they're gone.
Yeah, keeping the sit warm for you guys.
By the way, if anyone would like to, you can make a visual awareness test. You'll have a -20. -20 on this. Sorry, -20, as the Falcons are moving with a degree of haste.
Can I make a Psyniscience test instead of awareness, considering circumstances?
I'm half decent at perception.
That would. Did you remember the -20?
I certainly did.
I did not. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, you would be a 37 against a 33, so you could buy in if you wanted.
You're gonna need to give me a sec, Merzendi. I have so many augments that you don't understand. I have like 20.
Trust me, I know. Eloa,
Plus...
yes, you could try a Psyniscience. It will still be a -20, though.
Okay. I mean, hey, look, better than the not being able to roll, because I have no eyeballs.
So, the optical mechadendrite gives +10.
Could I use Psyniscience?
I
know I already rolled
see
awareness.
through your psychic vision.
I can if I wanted to.
Man.
Yes, you could have done, but
but
I think
rolled
one
awareness.
roll is
Overthrow
one roll
the
is
other.
really it.
Yeah.
For this, Juno gets to do Psyniscience innately because she is always looking with Soul Sight.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. So between my optical mechadendrite and my best quality optical implants, that just negates the -20. Got it.
Nice.
Sure, so it is Narcia and Eloa who succeeded.
Yep. Huh. Huh.
Why
Now,
did
that's
you
been
kill
my
Snippy?
week. That's been my week. What did you do to this poor boy?
It's fine, it's fine. This totally isn't a possible sign of something really bad.
Alright. Alright, Narcy. Blink
I
once
mean-
for Exterminatus.
Have you seen the ones the other chapters have?
Anyway, shush now, shush. Don't say anything about this unless you're saying it in character. While being escorted by Space Marines.
Space Marines can't understand Technolingua.
You'd be surprised.
Oh God, Snippy, whatever you've done to your mic, stop.
I put my microphone in a place only the TSA would think to look at.
Well, that fixed it, so thank you. You know you don't have to actually put it up your ass, though.
You can't tell me how to live my life.
Anyway, unless either of the Techno Bros like to tell us something, I guess we proceed on.
I'd rather us not all get shot in the back of the head.
Okay.
Look,
Yeah, that's right.
they can't shoot you all in the back of the head. Like, at least 2 of you would have to be shot in the side of the head. 3, even.
Why would they shoot us when they can close into glorious melee? I haven't got my fucking stuff out. Come on. Glorious
Look.
melee. You know you want to.
Look, I, for one, see completely nothing wrong with this situation and shall continue on as normal.
All right. Yes. You come. You come first to a little tram, and then the tram speeds away. Takes about 10 minutes to reach it, 10 minutes of travel upon it, and then another 2 before Hugh finally leads you to a great door. The approach to it is a long corridor. Benches on each side, watched over by a statue of some great figure from the Falcon's past. And upon the door itself, it's depicted an image of a bird, a falcon even, ascending in a torrent of fire over a field of graves.
Is the Falcon on fire?
Yes, the torrent of fire does appear to come from the falcon's own flames.
So, I guess I just forgot the word phoenix.
Phoenixes are heretical,
Yes, of course.
largely due to the great daemon Fulgrim, the Phoenician.
Oh, right.
Is that one? Okay. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
with the talking sword.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes, of course. Then in Ultima Founding, Call goes ahead and creates the Sons of the Phoenix, who wear the Emperor's Children color scheme.
Yes, of course.
It fights
Call is definitely
suspiciously
not a
similar
super
to
heretic,
Corbec.
guys. It's fine.
You
It's
have no
fine.
shame.
They belong. They are Sons of Dawn.
See, this is fine. This is just the first step on the road to giving Chaos Space Marines Primaris Marines.
Yes. As Q approaches the door, it slides open, splitting in the middle. But the falcon is divided by a single beam of light. Immediately on the other side, two more statues, a little more majestic than the last, depict the two great architects of the Imperium, the Primarch Dawn, the Primarch Gulliman. Visible past them, beneath their crossed blades. At the far side of the chamber there is a throne. Upon it sits another figure in burning power armor. His plight looks even worse for wear than his other brethren, but Eloa and Narcia, you can both recognize why. His plate was not forged in M36. No, it was forged in the days of the Great Crusade. It is Crusade pattern armor with an iron pattern helm.
He's been around for a while.
It is a relic even among this ancient order of Marines. And at his left hand stands another relic. A figure in Terminator plate. His eyes flare under the flare flames through the lenses. And as Hugh leads you in, the enthroned figure, likely the their Grand Master, rises. I'm just gonna scoot you all forwards.
Yeah.
As you are led in a little way, as you can see the honor guard behind you. It's taking up formation for your return. And then the door slides shut once again. Yes. This hall is grand, vast, decorated small with statues and benches sized for Astartes. Most notable of all is its shape. Instead of any utilitarian design, it bears much the same shape as the falcon on the door of it, but where that falcon had one head, this has two, a nod to the Imperium's own Aquila.
Appropriate.
Magnificent.
Oh, such glory.
Hugh just steps away from you, taking his place at the chapter master's side. He speaks instead.
You call this magnificent, Sister Juno. But look at yourself. The light within you, the deeds you have done. Le magnifique, c'est vous.
Juno will just smile and say, "Please, you do me far too much honor. I am but a humble servant of the throne."
A servant indeed, but your deeds belie your words. You have done great things, little one. I forgot to turn on my voice mode there. Whoops.
It's fine.
Oh. He approaches and goes down on one knee, beckoning you closer.
Step up, absolutely.
You have done so much. You have suffered for it, I see.
His hand, this is his hand. It's surprising gentleness through, despite the ceramite plate. The flames wrapping them are cold, so cold.
Your part is done now. You need not suffer further, sister. We are here.
Juno will just smile and say, "I suffer not. What I gave willingly to save my friends, and those whose innocent blood would have spilled across the galaxy. I would gladly give more should I save another life."
And you shall. For after all, a saint must be dead.
So you've got a reaction?
Yeah, this is a pretty bad vibe I'm getting here. Pretty bad vibe. So this guy, where's his hand? You said something about his hand.
He's got a hand on each side of your face, just gently cupping it.
About to crush your skull.
Yeah, because I remember something about a hand of mercy, and there not being any warmth behind the flames. Yeah. Well, I feel like we're in that situation.
Yes.
So I would like to extricate myself from that.
How?
Well, that's a good question, Merz. Let me take a look at the thing right here. Okay. Okay. Well, so his hands are on either side of me. Yes.
Yes, one hand is holding your left cheek, one hand is holding your right cheek.
Yeah.
Like in that meme, right?
Yeah. I would like to. I'm just gonna step directly back and kind of bow my head down, try and get his hands, should they try and push in, to go on either. Kind of just go right through my big ol' habit. I'm sorry, Sir Nicodemus the Hissy. You're probably not going to survive this. And in so doing, I would like to channel the spirit of the martyr and hope that a flash of the Emperor's light here might just startle him enough to let me escape with my life. So I'm gonna.
Sure. Could you print that specific thing?
Yeah. So, gee, I hope bolters do. These bolters aren't super hyper magic. But yeah. So I'm just gonna give. Let's see, myself, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 quality. An extra 5 soak. Cause
Let's see.
yeah, oh boy.
So this doesn't actually cause any.
No, it doesn't.
Flash of light.
No, I've got that power up already. I'm hoping me like channeling that miracle while I have an actual aura of light might make it pulse a little. Just a moment. If not, that's cool. I'm just gonna try and obscurously escape this death grip here.
Sure. This isn't a situation where you can do anything, DCL, I'm afraid.
No, I wanted to make a fucking stupid joke. I was like, Juno, why do you look like he's not passing the vibe check?
Passing no vibe check, ladies and gentlemen.
Vibe
check.
So Eloa, earlier we got a prophecy about behind the hand of mercy there is no warmth behind the flames. Homie here just came down and put his hands on my head and told me I don't need to suffer anymore. And his flames are very cold. So rather than just sitting here and accepting a hug from Papa Space Marine, I'm going to try a GTFO.
All right. I think what I will give you is a plus 20 dodge test. Do pass.
I would like
Please,
to.
do pass.
If I don't, the good news is I still have St. Juno's character sheet, so that's nice for me. She might be a demon though this time. I have a feeling. So yeah, here we go. I live.
Just because of all your corruption. Oh wait.
What corruption points? Got a lot of insanity points.
So, yes, the light around you flares and you slip out of his grip. can feel as you do, hands starting to turn. Would not have been a crush of your skull, a much cleaner death. Your neck broken clean.
Oh, that's nice.
But you escape his grasp.
But I see our grandfather still believes. Our grandfather still wishes more from you first.
Such is my destiny, I have come to realize. There's no end to service. Even in death, Juno will tap this, like, gaping scar from the sword wound through her chest.
Indeed, little one. It is not the ancients alone who still serve after their demise.
So I'm gonna glance back at everyone else when they saw this motherfucker try and break my neck. Does anyone else want to do anything? Because I feel like this would be an opportune time for someone who's not a useless diplomacy fag to perhaps take an action.
I would require a scrutiny roll to have noticed it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Do we even notice
Hello. Let's see. I got good scrutiny.
it? Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck!
Oh, for once, thank God. All right,
Oh,
Douglas,
no.
I need you not to fail this.
Jeff.
I will spend a fate point.
Okay, the melt-a-gun succeeded. We're okay.
Oh, God. So, most of us notice it.
What are we rolling?
You're rolling scrutiny to see if you notice this dude just try to fucking break my neck while he gave me a hug.
No.
No modifiers.
I'm trying to see if I have anything that might have given me a modifier. Don't see it.
It's going to get really awkward in 5 seconds.
Amelie didn't notice, and Graves sure as hell didn't.
So, it's actually about 50-50. Slightly more in favor of those who did notice.
Lord.
But just barely.
The Emperor.
I heard something about the melt-a-gun. I don't know.
Eloa is a walking melt-a-gun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Eloa is... It's very scary in combat. Don't get shot by it.
Yes. Anyone who passed your scrutiny roll, you saw his face rain. It's being very sympathetic to Juno for all of the bad things that have happened to her, and then attempted to break her neck. But she slipped out of his grasp in time.
Lord, suffering is an unrelenting instructor. A necessity for all humanity to move forward. And need I remind you that we are all members of His Most Holy.
Sorry.
This is our job. To suffer and toil so others don't have to. Unfortunate that most of our peers are rather misguided in their tasks and chase off shadows when they ought to be doing their job. But I suppose is what this profession would do to any sane man after enough time in the field. We are quite happy with our suffering for the time being.
She was tested and forged in the Omnissiah's crucible.
Now,
That is the Omnissiah's ringtone?
Well, of course.
The chapter master will stand up fully. He seems much taller than the chaplain, and his flames burn far more brightly.
As expected.
You speak truth. But if our grandfather was done with you, he would have let it be done, and it would have been peace. Now you will be used up until nothing is left. For such is the price of service, such is our duty and our privilege. I do not know if I should feel pain or joy to see a mortal bound in the same.
Well, it's not that bad. There are far worse fates in the Imperium, to be honest. It's good to have a reason to get out of bed if you're a mortal. You need it. It's good for the soul.
What know you of souls, little one?
What I know of souls? Very little. I don't need to know much. I do serve the Emperor all the same. Such knowledge is for other departments. All I need to know is how to slay Xenos. Specialization is the key to any proper military structure. If you want to succeed, you can't just have people, well, mortals at least, in our short lifetimes, we cannot master all the arts of war. So you get one department that is very good at driving tanks. You get another department that is very good at basically.
So you're going to be cut off here, not by the chapter master, but by the Terminator armored brother. Just takes a booming step forward. His voice booms as well.
Specialization is for insects. Man, the duty and honor of man is to do all things and do them to his full ability. Just one. Then you are a Xeno.
We have hounded servants of the Immaterium. We have hounded heretics, traitors. However, there is no end to the abomination of the alien, and we allow no guise of sentience to stay our hand. There can be no hesitation when the survival of humanity as a species is at stake.
Indeed. Jacques is one.
The Terminator uses a crackling hand and points a single finger at Eloa.
This one knows purpose. She knows the glory of man. She will serve. But I tell you again, the others, do not offer them mercy, offer them righteousness.
Good deed goes unpunished, I suppose. And I do say that out loud.
We came not in search of mercy.
Yeah, no, we're supposed to be offering you mercy, not the other way around. This is rather confusing.
Right now, Battlefleet Gothic has been assembled, or is being assembled, to come here and finish what another Inquisitor started in his arrogance and ignorance.
It is then as I told you.
We are here to
Eustace
stop
was
that.
wrong. They have not learned.
We are here to stop that.
We are here to try to stop this thing from boiling into a massive civil war by helping you set the record straight and prove to these retards in the Order Malleus that you are still faithful servants of the Emperor. If you are so determined to sabotage yourselves and prove all of their superstitions right, then why are we even here? Don't do this for us, do it for the sake of humanity. We had enough squabbling and infighting in the sector to last us a lifetime, and now, with all of that, there is a massive Tau battle fleet that just managed to sneak by all of our defenses and is just waiting for an opportunity to attack. You let this conflict boil over and they will sweep over both of us.
Came seeking the righteous hammer of humanity, his angels. We came seeking flame falcons, warriors who could protect the Gothic sector, return to their home.
See, Tilkin, they have learned. You know what we are. They have just learned to beg.
Beg? Beg? Beg! I
Narcia.
got my face crushed by an orc in melee. I got my face shot off by a plasma cannon, and yet despite all those injuries, I still got up in the morning, and I still served the Emperor. Not because I learned to beg, it was because of my sheer unrelenting hatred of these godforsaken Xenos and what they have been doing to this Imperium since time immemorial. I might be an insect to you, but I serve the same Emperor you do, and I will not let this Imperium tear itself asunder over some retard Inquisitor. God knows how long ago they decided you guys were a little bit too fiery for his liking.
And nor will I see our grandfather's dream crushed by a first lancer who does not remember his place.
Chapter Master turns from you now and just glowers fully at the Terminator. Despite himself, does take a step backwards.
You tell me where is Xeno battle fleet? Where?
I would love to show you, but I believe my datapad might be a bit too brittle for your delicate touch. Is there a terminal I can upload the data to? Because what we've gotten so far is rather worrying. The Xenos have not only managed to find a way through the sector, but they appear to have ways of navigating the warp that they're not supposed to. Theories are they might have found a warp gate, or, even more terrifyingly, refined the warp traveling techniques. I don't know how familiar you are with the Tau. They were not a threat in your time. They're rather new to the galaxy at large, but nevertheless quite dangerous.
Dangerous
They
enough
have
to nearly send
rifles.
this planet back into a time paradox.
No, yeah, there was that too, but the time paradoxes are rather common with traveling through the warp and all that.
The Grandmaster, yes, you did catch his name, Jacques.
Gusto.
Or just flick an arm out towards your throne, and Yuli, and from your little gem atop it, a digital display projects out.
Input what you have.
And I shall do so, because this was... Remember Narcia said she was going to do some reading? That was what she was reading about. She was gathering all this shit we have on the town in this sector, because, it's a great unifying threat to get all the Imperial forces in line, and actually have them focus on something that isn't killing one another.
Yeah.
Smart. Like 1.5 steps ahead. Can't move any faster because I'm a crippling drug addict. And of course, I will hold nothing back because these are Astartes. We can have all the forbidden lore on the Tau, especially the bits of how their basic bitch pulse rifles can even penetrate ceramide armor. Oh, they'll be glad to know that.
Sure. Do you tell them about the Ishtvanian conclaves?
No, they don't need to know about that. That's internal inquisitorial business.
Okay. And do you tell them about Duran, the ambush that may be waiting in that system?
Of course I tell them about Duran.
Don't forget about Savior. There were Tau ruins there, and also, the WOG and whatever the fuck else is going on there.
Savior is another matter entirely, but
Just
I assume if they want their maps updated, they can also know, hey, there's a WOG on Savior. Probably not going to look too close to it. They're going to know there's a WOG there, because their maps will have been updated. Of course, now, I know out of character that a very easy way to get rid of the Space Marines would just be to send them on the ambush over to Duran, but I don't want to do it. Because unfortunately for me, talking about Narcia being a psychopath, she actually has a consciousness.
You mean conscience?
Conscious. But she's also conscious. So she does have a
Yes.
consciousness as well.
It's just most psychopaths have a consciousness.
God damn it, English. Why do your words sound so similar?
It's because we ran around taking words from Germany, the Anglo-Saxon, Norse, and Celtic, and just kind of put it all together.
Oh, well. That makes sense. Anyways, they can have this wonderful data.
That's what happens when a bunch of countries are really close together and invade each other for thousands of years.
It's fun. We can make many video games out of that.
Well, not countries, more like, at that time, tribes.
Anyway.
Nations.
And with the strength, I would deploy there.
He jabs at Duran.
Even if I come this far, Zeno, I doubt they have ever faced an Astartes, let alone one blessed by my grandfather.
Oh, the Gothic sector has been devoid of Space Marines for some time entirely.
Indeed.
Yeah, it'll be a hell of a surprise.
Uh, if they, but we lack ships. Our vessels are suited for boarding his tower. He could take apart all but the eternal flame before we closed to range. And if we sent it alone, even it might falter.
Any luck, you will not have to go it alone. As I said, Battlefleet Gothic is assembling. There is war on the horizon no matter what we do. What I came here to do is to make sure that that war was not brother against brother. That no lives were spent that were not spent well. Juno will adjust her little choker a bit. Say, we can ally. Bring your forces, that of the sector fleet together, and bring peace to the Gothic sector, at least for a time. For I know full well there is only war in this millennium.
She did the name drop. She did the thing. She did the thing.
There is only war and the thirst, the laughing of thirsting gods. And it is those enemies who our brotherhood are best suited to fight. Forget, Jacques. A grandfather's gifts do not avail us against the alien. Only the witch in the Arctic. Indeed, you, but we do need a deed of honor to prove to those who still doubt, for there are many, are there not, little one?
There are. Many enough that they can assemble the full force of the Gothic sector against you.
And I would assume you have already set your words against them.
We have, and well, the first time, our efforts were rebuked and stymied by what we believed to be the Grey Knights wanting to keep your secret, but
And
now,
their secret. Let's not forget they fired upon Inquisitors. Which was justified at the time, if you're asking me, but not everyone might receive it as such.
yes, I'm sure a number of people will be very mad about that if that comes to light, but for the now, our Inquisitor himself, the Venerable Stein Reeve, is at Port Maw arguing your defense, trying to delay matters such that we have the time to enact this meeting.
I see.
It's a very messy affair. Well, thankfully, with a little bit of luck, the pool and whatever favors that the remaining Inquisitors of the Order own to the Grey Knights are gonna be able to wipe the slate clean. One can hope.
So it shall be done. But the question is, where now can we prove the fruits of this meeting? For I have heard much of your words, Juno Dambark. You sold this planet to your beloved willingly. If you have failed, then all words will fail. Tis deeds alone that we can offer you. Or an emissary, perhaps, to join his words with yours.
That latter point is what I had hoped. Our Inquisitors have arcane means to detect warp corruption. Although, Merz, could you fling us back to the galaxy map or the sector map real quick? Just wanna see if there's anything relatively nearby I could fling these dudes at. Kinda worried about leaving Leth alone though. Oh, we're right next to Port Mom. Nope. Yeah, aside from Duran, there's not a lot around here.
You could send them to go liberate some Mechanicum vessels.
Go liberate.
No, I actually mean it. Like this info point of pirates operating explorator ships.
No, they should actually do that because the Adeptus Mechanicus repays aid by repairs and equipment.
That is true.
That's a fantastic point, and I want to go into the Grail Dark Nebula fucking deal
Yeah.
like a goddamn night. All
And
right.
the other good point is that they don't really give a shit about the inquisitorial drama.
Yeah.
They could be neutral.
Yeah, actually, historically, the Adeptus Mechanicus just is either neutral or just plain hostile to the Inquisition, because the Inquisition has this habit of poking their nose where it doesn't belong.
What is in your background?
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Sorry. I will just type from now on.
Cool. Oh no, you bring up an amazing point. They can just go west for fucking cogboys. It's perfect.
Yeah, actually. Stupendous idea. Thanks, tiny
This
voice
way
in my
we can
head.
work around the fucking Inquisition. I have not thought of that.
I will jab a finger toward. Wait, I'm blind. I will gesticulate my staff vaguely in the direction of the Grail Dark Nebula and say, perhaps the first step then could be reminding the Mechanicus that you are here, and I mean no disrespect, but in need of resupply, refit, and repair. They're so long abreast of the Imperium. Mechanicus has ships that have been captured by pirates. Men who will stand no chance against you, but whose insult and injury against the Imperium are great.
How about now? Can you guys hear it now?
Nope, that's good.
Nope.
Okay. I basically just pulled open one of the doors that was next to me.
Yeah, seems to work.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
So, retaking the Mechanicus ships would be a solid step in proving that you are indeed still servants of the greater, stop yourself, shit, of the common cause of the Imperium.
And my kind care little for the infightings of the Inquisition, only the quest of knowledge.
I take no offense, little sister. For here we have been able to refill ammunition and armaments, but we have gone long without. Much of our equipment has suffered a long crusade. His idea is sound. Those ships of a Mechanicum will return to them. Those others we will seize, either to use ourselves or make a gift back to the Navy.
Yeah, there's
My
a moment where
kind.
Juno's gonna glance over at Augie like, "A war bounty?"
My kind often trade in barter, return their ships. Not only will you receive repairs, but depending on what condition they're returned in, archaeotech.
I know, little Majors. It is such barter with your most distant ports that has kept us as hale as we are now.
So, are we going with these guys? Is that the plan? Are we going pirate hunting, or are we going somewhere else?
I think after this, we might just go to Savior. I just want to make sure there isn't a fucking civil war in our absence.
But look, I found out about these fucking Mechanicus ships because they might have to lead on a night. I want more night.
Okay, we can always go get the fucking knight. Jesus, calm down.
It's been blue balls. It's okay.
Okay,
You can go
let's.
kill our knight.
Okay, guys, this campaign can't last forever. Let's at least get Juno her knight,
The
Yeah,
pity
that's
night.
true.
so she can at least play with her toy for a few sessions.
Yeah.
Don't call it pity knight. Call it
Besides, this is relatively close by, and once we do this thing, we can act as intermediaries between these guys and the Mechanicus. Because we happen to have some peers of the Adeptus right here, and make some introductions as needed.
It's a little
Then
insulting.
Vindalex is on the way to Savior if need be, or we could
It's a
go to
little
Port Mall.
insulting to just call me a peer.
I mean, you literally have the talent peer. That's what I was going for.
The other good thing, we get to actually look at them a little bit closer and see if they're heretics or not, because we'll be fighting alongside them.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity to see them in action, because
observe them and see if they're pure.
Listen.
And on top of that, pirates are notorious for dealing in the cold trade, so we could probably confiscate Xenos artifacts and put them away in a locker.
Because, look, the Grandmaster here kind of failed the vibe check, not gonna lie. Moderate concern. He did slightly try to murder me.
Don't worry, I'll talk about it once we get back aboard the ship.
Yeah, no, what me and Ella saw was beautiful. Can't wait for you to find out as well.
Yeah, and I gotta, and don't worry, Grandpa did send a message, but again, this is all coded in Technolingua, so. But I have to wait until we get back to the ship. I'm not gonna just say it here. No, he isn't heretical. He's just incredibly hardliner.
I'm not sure I'd call that a hard line, but
You have outlived your usefulness. It's sleepy time now.
Yeah, you don't need
You
to
did
suffer
well,
any
kid.
longer.
You did
He
well, kid,
praised
but
you.
now you got your eyes burned out of your sockets. What a horrible way to live, Snap.
yeah,
Yeah, that was the vibe I was going for.
Yeah.
That doesn't vibe
Basically-
with Juno, who's gone to great lengths to patch up her friends over and over and over and over again
Yeah.
until
Well,
we
he
reach the
looks
grave
at
state.
he looks at you like some people look at little blind puppies. Some people are just like, "Oh, I'll take the little guy and take care of him." Some people are like, "Oh, they'll live in suffering." Boink.
You're like a horse that broke its leg. You will never
Yes.
recover.
And I will also say, it's doubly worse for you because you're standing next to Graves. Graves, who is, had something's gone wrong, let's replace it. And Eloa and Narcia as well. Whereas you've got something gone horribly wrong and you haven't replaced it. The only rational reason would be that it can't be replaced.
Yeah,
You can't get better from this.
It's definitely not that I'm a notorious cheapskate and Juno's a pussy. No.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, that's not rational to a space marine.
They probably idly scanned Eloa and were like, "Oh, so basically robot. Got it." I think the only thing that's left of her, no, not even her brain is completely non-mechanical anymore.
Oh.
I'm just happy Merz didn't shoot me with a Terminator.
Yeah, I'm glad that guy rolled a 3, because motherfucker was going to just ventilate you, and that would have sparked a fight after bear hug me here.
That was going to happen either way. That sass was too good.
That was actually effectively a hatred roll.
I was literally about to say animosity. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he failed, he would have judged you, and then would have gotten things would have gone badly, as even Hugh, who kind of likes you, would have sided with his brothers.
Yes.
Don't worry, I'm aware
and
of that.
there's a full tactical squad outside the door, plus these 4 honor guards in here.
Oh yeah, it would have just been a curb stop, man.
No,
I mean,
the dice
look,
side of
if I when that happened, just kind of went like, I'm not with her actually. I'm just gonna be over here.
We just all turn around. And
Everyone's just like, we're not with her. We don't know who she is. She just tagged along.
You forget I play shonen characters. Also,
I
was fine.
fucking spoke my piece. This wouldn't be the first retarded thing I've done, and it won't be the last.
No, it's fine. The dice, they made the right choice.
No, everything turned out fine. You did not, in fact, cause us to all get murdered by Space Marines. There were 2 opportunities to get murdered by Space Marines so far, though, so that's somewhat concerning.
Shouldn't be. We knew exactly what we're going into. These are fucking psychopaths.
Yeah, this is not as bad as I was expecting, but not as good as I hoped. We're kind of in the middle there.
The drugs are kind of kicking my ass, but yeah, no. Like Graves was literally going to take you to the side, Narcia, and go like, "Damn, Mercy, that was good. That was really good."
Gotta kick someone's ass.
She's like, "God damn, I thought they were used to fire. I don't think they would have recovered from the flames you gave them."
I'll be back in just a moment once more.
Oh. I don't know. I think we can take on the Terminator. What about you guys?
I mean, of course.
A single Terminator, all of us together, yes. I think we could do it. A Terminator and also a Space Marine Chapter Master in Great Crusade armor, and a Chaplain, and a Tactical Squad, no.
It's fine. Just challenge them all to duels. Line them up in front of Graves. Single file.
You know. If they would go for that, maybe.
Are they chicken?
Pride.
No, they know no fear.
Exactly. Then they're gonna line up honorably for the duel. It's just humans after all. They have nothing to fear.
Oh man, those fucking fireworks are not helping.
Yeah, it's pretty loud over here.
It's like it's the 4th
I'm
of July.
surprised,
Oh, wait a minute, it is.
I'm surprised I haven't had to play Is That Fireworks or Gunshots yet. I have not heard any gunshots yet.
I'm really mad that they won't introduce a fireworks ban because of how peeved off all of the people will get. It's like, guys, we're in the middle of a drought.
Wait, have they not banned fireworks in California? Holy shit.
Nope.
What?
Nope, they've
Jesus.
banned like the flying ones, but people just go north to Oregon, buy them, and bring them back down here anyways and cause forest fires and then go, what happened?
Jesus.
I didn't know the forest is still gone. That's incredible.
Well,
And not for much longer.
Well, remember, California is huge. Like, even those forest fires that were like, this is the size of Tokyo. Yeah, Tokyo's tiny compared to how big California is.
Fucking
Isn't
Japan
California,
is
like
tiny.
bigger than the entirety of Japan?
You can fit 2 Japans in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking Japan.
I'm not talking about just the home island. I'm talking about the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
The rest of the kit and caboodle really doesn't matter that much.
I mean, fair, but still.
Because we have plenty of islands the same size of their kit and caboodle, like the Catalinas.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi.
Hello.
We're good.
So, where were we? Alright, I believe we had finished the, being threatened with, murder stage.
I hope we're past that. I didn't want to get to that stage to begin with, but glad we kind of
Don't worry, Merz. I can still get
skipped on
myself
through
healed.
that.
Look, well, Tippin is staying quiet since he got first yelled at by an incredibly brave human, and then his chapter master just backed him up. Backed her up.
Like I said, Graves is gonna pull you aside later and you're like, God damn, Narcia. Holy shit, Narcia.
Yeah,
that was good, Narcia.
Yes.
His vessels you would send us against. Wherefore have they not been taken? Why has the Imperium not unleashed its forces against them already?
Merzendi, that was so long ago when we found out about it, I forgot.
I mean, the answer is always gross incompetence, but these ships are in the Grail Dark Nebula, right? Like, fucking Imperium ain't going in there.
Yeah, it's kind of shit to navigate. Who we lose?
The ships are hiding.
Bob. Oh, there we go.
Yes, the ships are located within the Grail Dark, an area of space that most fear to tread. The Imperium simply considers what goes in there to be lost.
That, and there's no love lost between the Adeptus Ministorum and the Explorator fleets.
Sorry.
I'm not lying.
No. The person you're in the background going,
That did slightly sound like a porno.
I'm sorry. It's a fucking child. Okay, no, back up that topic.
Let's see then.
Now, at last, Tippin will step up and speak.
Do not hesitate, Grandmaster. Ask what you need. Or I will. Mortals! These ships, do they read beyond that they dwell within only, or are you simply unequipped with that knowledge?
I have no idea what the fuck he just said.
Then just interpret it as angry French snarling.
He's actually
Yeah,
just
that's basically
snarling at
what I
us.
got. Something about these ships and information we don't have.
I've shown them all the information we have. They can parse it at their own pace.
Yeah.
The
Oh, he's asking about the explorator ships, I imagine. And
Yes.
Juno will just flick the information, because she's the one who did all the research on this bullshit. So I believe I know what ships are missing. I will put that up on the screen for them.
And that you bring your homework to the table. Good, we both studied up.
Good. The pattern is very... Yes, there, Jacques. Three weeks after the agri run, the security is still on it. The escorts busy they swoop into the ships that are left. In wisdom to their rights. Not just mindless greed they strike, with profit in mind. Risk and reward. And these pirates are not simply mindless heretics nor enslaving Xeno. They are mortal thieves. If it were not for their ships, it would not be worth our time. And yet, tipping, it is worth our time.
Stampy French angry noises.
Smile and say, I understand the task may seem beneath you, my lord, but in these times your chapter needs allies, and Mechanicus can provide not only their support in Port Maw, but also equip your chapter for war once more, that you may take the fight without fear to the Emperor's enemies far flung from here, the Xenos, and to the mutant, and the terrors beyond.
Were we gonna...
You accuse me of fear.
Seriously, Juno.
When did I say fear?
You could do things without fear.
Oh.
Yeah,
right.
Prudence,
I see.
not fear.
Inclined it, unfortunately.
Okay. And Juno will put her hands up and say, not without fear, or no, you show no fear, but you will lose men if you are not well equipped. And I believe it was the chapter master who was talking about going up against the Tau and losing most of the fleet. Yes, so I'll simply say, the Grand Master said himself that should you fight the foe at Duran, you would lose most, if not all, of your fleet. Well supplied, there would be no such risk, or at least much less of one. And for every angel that falls is a terrible terrible waste to humanity if he dies in space before he can slaughter his enemies.
We have lost brothers. We have fought and survived for 5 millennia. You do not need to lecture us on logistics, little Sororita.
I also want to in character.
Go ahead.
I also want to in character like lean over to Jacqueline and be like, "Is he always like this?"
No.
I'm not going to, but I that's why I said I want to.
Our brother has Tirpin. You have not. Not one of the living brothers has fought this long. You do need this lecture quite clearly.
Teeth directed at Tippin.
So, are we gonna get their repairs at Vindalex? Is that where we're taking the ships? Because I have no idea of any other.
Yeah, I think the plan is to take these guys into the Grail Dark, get some Mechanicus ships, and sail them to Vindalex to cash in that sweet, sweet bounty. Get these boys some influence.
And if it matters, our company put down a ancient man of iron on Vindalex and purged it from the world. As such, I was named daughter of Vindalex. I can help you get a little more than what? Loosen their coin curse. Blech. Coin purse, as they say.
Besides, the Mechanicus never let the inner politics of the Inquisition lead them astray.
I think I said that earlier.
When Jacques Caesar will cease before she is used Tirpin. We seize where we must. To seize now would abandon our grandfather and sabotage ourselves. Clear your head, brother, and settle your humors, for I need settle them myself. You have heard too much of the ancient and these talks of faith. This world, the stock that birthed us is burned away. These people are not like us, Jack. They claim to serve our grandfather, but all they do is yap and betray.
Well, for people that are yapping and betrayed, we did manage to remove a sizable amount of Xenos from the planet in your absence. Both the orc looters that were hovering above Lathe and the detestable Tau that had made a base.
The last of the
Upon your
Tau
word.
was handed over by the locals, in fact, who realized the venom in his words and rejected it. People of this planet may be fallen, my lord. They kept the faith regardless.
Lord Tippin, I understand your frustrations. You have been wronged by the people you were serving faithfully. I would be angry too. But try to understand we are trying to make things right, and misplaced anger will only hinder both of us.
It is not misplaced. You are yourselves inquisitors.
I only seek to hinder the Xeno. It's all I have been doing in my career. There are others from other ordos that have been a lot less faithful to the cause of the Imperium. That I will not deny. We have both seen it, both you and what they did to your planet, and both me as a fellow Inquisitor. We despise them as much as you do, and we actively move against them whenever the opportunity presents itself. But we do so with prudence, with calculated steps.
I will show you a calculated enough. Grandmaster steps up and places a hand on Tilpin's helmet. He falls still.
You're still narrating in robot voice.
Whoops. Yes, the Grandmaster will step up, place a gauntlet on Tilpin's helm, and the flames around him will fade, though not go out entirely, and he will still a little.
Yes, my lord.
Will stride back to the place he was at when you first arrived. For the Grandmaster turns to you once more.
Forgive him. The flames of the grandfather's wrath affect us all differently.
It's understandable, after all you've been through.
His fire and fury will be necessary soon. I simply pray it is pointed in the right direction.
His blade has never felled an innocent. I will not live to see the day it does.
I think even the chapter master can probably see Juno like wince slightly when he says felled and innocent. Like, ooh, ow, flashbacks to the moon. Arr.
Yeah,
She'll quickly compose herself and nod. Yes. Gives my heart joy. Have you been down to the surface, Grandmaster? You say the flames affect you each differently, but since our arrival here the first time, the flames, Juno will just run a hand through her own little corona, have appeared in the people down there as well. And that a congregation of human torches to a temple of the flame down there. It was a remarkable experience. Clearly, they still bear the same connection to his fire as you do.
One moment, Plain Chan.
Plain Chan! Yeah, please do not overly sass the Marines. They will just kill you.
Graves
I mean,
is being
if
a good,
you feel me,
Graves
then
is being a good, Graves is being a good boy, making sure to pinch Amelie every time she gets the urge.
I don't mind just dying. Just dying is a good thing.
I'm very
It's
glad
what
we
if they
brought
keep me
Graves.
alive that scares me.
If Graves was not along with Amelie, there would be a lot more sass. This will probably be going a lot poorer.
Yeah, I'm super glad we brought Papa along.
Not myself. You have walked among them.
And the ecclesiarch steps in. Jacques will take a couple of steps back towards the throne. Now, Tulpin has calmed down. They are being fairly conscious not to crowd you with their massive forms.
Yeah, I have been upon Lev. It is a blessing I did not think to have in my lifetime. And I have seen those you speak of. Yeah. Priests of their high.
Hold on, give me a moment while I check the thing.
The priests of their high clans that you led to the flame. Do you know what you did to them, sister?
I showed them the throne, as I saw it.
Indeed. It is as the sanctioned astropaths. They are bound now to our grandfather, and never can they become a maleficarum.
I'm glad to hear that. Though delayed, it seems I've joined their ranks as well.
Oh, there are others in the world who, when the great flame was ignited once more, they indulged their powers to excess, depravity and greed, and those we have had to put to the torch.
Of course. There will always be those in the flock who will misuse his gifts. Fortunately, I've seen it well throughout the Imperium in my scant year of service. But there are more that still retain the faith than those who squander it. That I know for sure, having walked amongst them on Leth. They are by and large good people, God-fearing, loyal.
They call him the Fire Lord, that they know him. You and our ancient have given us a good world to return to. And though a weakness of man still exists, We shall all be a wolf when it is needed.
It feels awkward being the least threatening person in the room.
Oh, we are the
Like a
most
huge-
threatening person in the room, but indirectly. Like, if they kill us, then they're gonna be killed by the Inquisitorial fleets.
No, I mean me personally, even next to all of you guys. It's like, yeah,
No, you are probably more threatening than Augie.
I don't know. Augie can use a weapon. And has one, presumably.
Amelie is
Wait a
Amelie's
minute.
Amelie is the most threatening character here, not because of her sword skills, because she's a cat girl and she might challenge her sexuality.
You're right, you might turn one of them straight somehow.
Look,
Or lose all of their power.
That takes too much power.
Alright, you might turn one of them bi. One.
The oil would fade from their skin and their sword skills would be diminished. Truly, there could be no greater threat. But yes, my ship posting aside, because I'm holding back so much sass.
It's so hard, isn't it?
It is not only the malefic we must contend with. We are to return to life in force. We need to see that our genes have not strayed so far that we have no longer compatibility.
Juno has no idea what any of that means, so she'll just nod.
Like Amelie could actually comment on this, but would be a pretty biased member.
Yeah, actually, wait a minute, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to throw you under the bus here for a second.
I would also like to suggest that. Do you know what the fuck do you mean you don't know what that means? You had like multiple talks with Null about genes.
Well, no, I mean like gene compatibility specifically. Like,
Okay.
compatible with what? I don't know anything about how Space Marines get made. The fuck's a gene seed?
Fair.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
technically-
Let me do a thing real quick. If you need to look into the genes of the populace, then we have perhaps the best of the specimens here with us. Hat Amelie on the breastplate. Sure, apothecary can take a look and take a blood sample, make sure that everything is as it should be.
I am a princess, and my genealogy should be rather healthy and strong. I admit I have fallen asleep several times and I've had my family tree try to explain to me.
Hey, Winter.
Right, type, please. Grandmaster step forward once more. You can just see the flames gathering around the isolates on his grey helm. As he looks at you in great detail, Amelie.
Step out.
Stands up straight.
We can test you, certainly. But you are of their noble line. You will only tell us so much. We cannot restrict our recruitment on that. Even if all of the highborn are compatible, we shall need to see who among the common folk can be bred and cultivated to become suitable stock. And you, of course, you do not strike me as one who would be willing to surrender the field to become a mother of Astartes, even if you were suitable.
Of course not. I've not killed nearly enough Xenos yet for me to retire into a mother. Besides, I've already found suitable stock in that regard as well.
Jeff just gives an up nod from the back.
Wait a minute, that reminds me. Emily is a local of Lathe, right?
Yes, that's why we're having this conversation.
Did you have a comment about that, Narcia, or are you just bringing that up?
I was having a moment, but they don't know that, do they?
No, I
They
just
do
told
now.
them. I told
Well,
them.
they do now.
Suggested they take a blood sample to start testing gene compatibility.
I mean, it's a woman, so I doubt it. But
I mean, look.
I mean, they seemed on board with turning her into a brood mother.
I mean, shit, if I was a space marine, I would too.
Do not worry. After I've killed and done my service in the name of the Empire, I'm sure whatever child I have with Jeff will be of superior stock and be a hero to join the chapter.
True daughter of Lathe, indeed.
And child, do not speak of singular, little one. It shall be the duty of all gene compatible on your world to produce dozens of heirs. So that the finest among them may be found and raised to our brotherhood.
I am a mother who wishes to go for quality. There's more than to raising a child and a hero than just genes.
There is truth in this, but the genes matter. To ascend, to accept the gift of grandfather's blood, your genetic profile must be suitable, elsewise you will perish with the operating table, even if you have the strength of will and power to make it through the trials we need set.
Dear sir, I wish for you to look at Jeff's jawline and then imagine a world where I produce a son who cannot handle the gene seed.
Okay. You say that, you've seen him walk before. You don't really see now. Only Eloa can track him at all. For the most of you, he's just suddenly there, holding Jeff up with one hand on his waist, the other inspecting his face.
Like a horse.
Gentle with him. I'm
So
the one who prefers to manhandle him like that.
It took a lot of magic to keep him together the first time.
Yes. Too old now, but you seem of good stock. I have little doubt that you will produce fine aspirants in time, and I would not break you so that you cannot.
Children be the finest.
Thank you, my lord. Can you put me down now?
No.
Poor Jeff.
I understand he is very desirable to hold, but please put him down.
No.
No.
Yo, he's mine. Fuck up, bitch. He's my husband now.
Oh no, Jeff.
Jeff, why did you have to be cursed with such handsomeness?
Chuck will just say, we'll take the hand cupping Jeff's chin and just place a fingertip on his forehead.
It is. You'll do. You'll do well.
And then, at last, he sets him down, and Jeff just... His legs don't hold him up, and he collapses backwards against Amelie, breathing heavily.
Amelie hopes hold him up, not really understanding what just happened.
Don't get hugged by Space Marines.
Gonna
Did you
look at Jeff with the vision real quick? Is he okay?
Sure. Give me a Psyniscience roll here, +10.
Gonna take a step over here so I don't accidentally get the Grandmaster in that cone of vision there and burn my eyes out. Nah, it's fine.
I'm gonna focus scan Jeff with best quality aspects.
Sure. There is no etheric corruption around Jeff, though there are etheric energies. Oh, bones.
Did he get hugged to death?
No. His bones are all fine. But yes, you do detect etheric energies, especially around his head.
Did you scan his memories to see his past life?
I do not care for his life before now. I care for who he is. For his character, his desires, hopes and dreams.
Then you have seen he is a man of greatest quality.
He assuredly is a man. I do not understand what it is that why it is that men do things but do not produce sons. But he is a man enough regardless.
Okay, I don't think Juno could stop from snickering. Jesus, that's so embarrassing, you poor boy, baby.
Excuse me, daughters are plenty adorable and can pick up swords just as well as men.
My understanding of the anatomy suggests that daughters are produced from vaginal penetration just the same as sons.
Excuse me for my brazenness, but have you ever had sex?
Oh my God. Sex is a concern of mortal minds, little one. I care only in as much as it concerns those who would breed our next generations. This was still business, but this is not too far out of bounds.
I understand.
Tilkin's father preferred the men as well. Or at least the man all.
I understand. You simply could have said you prefer to watch.
Amelie, please.
I have no care for watching either. I care for the result.
Amelie is very much snickering. As Graves is having to feel like Amelie, please.
Yeah, Graves and Juno are both like grabbing an ear and tweaking. Just no, shut up, shut up.
Juno, the other Graves, screaming at you not to touch her, not to lead her down the same suicidal path that you led him.
But yes, do not worry. I promise to survive and fight while serving the Empire and produce proper heirs.
Good. Will you surrender a little of your blood for us to see if this matter is of... to see if this matters at all?
Of course.
And Amelie will step forward.
Luciarch takes all your blood.
Thank you for your blood.
Thank you for your service, Rip.
I'm hoping it's only a little bit of blood.
Can I help?
May I?
It's a fair bit of blood. So that is 2 off. So you are going to this ignores your toughness bonus and your armor.
Why did he just tell... What? God damn it!
It's okay, it's not the D10, it's not the crit, right?
I need to roll a D2, because if it's a 2 on the D2, then it would have been a 10, so yes, it would be a crit.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
That's not the orthodox way of doing it, but it's the same probability, so, well...
There goes your heart. He used the whole ass Space Marine size needle.
It's to your arm anyway.
Next time, let's
This
extract
sticks it right in your heart.
Let's see.
Just breaks the bone under there while he's
Did I
searching for a
fill
vein.
it? Okay, let me just check the wording. Let me check this talent. See if it applies on critical damage or on Righteous Fury as well.
The first time I get to combat, I'm down an arm because this motherfucker can't take blood properly. I'm going to be so irate.
Oh, that is not the talent I thought it was.
Serious? Come on.
Okay, so this is... Okay, he does not have a relevant talent right here. So...
Okay, so asking for a friend, would I know what her blood type is? Do any of us have one?
Alright. Amelie, the needle deploys and stabs in deep. It's quite clearly intended for use on Astartes, and not just use on Astartes. Use on Astartes through their battle plate, not just through the weak points of their armor, as you can align it now. So it does not just deal you 7 wounds, ignoring armor and toughness. You suffer a level of fatigue, and your left hand just falls slack. You cannot grip for a few moments. When the needle is pulled back, sensation slowly returns, but you have pins and needles. It's uncomfortable.
Ow! Very clearly, I do not have the endurance of an Astartes.
Yes. The
Stuff a
much
tampon in there.
the full-time doctor can do a much better job and just fix it all up. However, Emily, that is your first aid for the day.
Very, very, very pouty look past the mask. Is that like only 3 health? Okay.
No, that's all your health.
Okay.
This is Juno
Very
we're
much
talking about. Come on.
Very much rubbing the arms.
Well,
If it wasn't for Juno's expert care, I feel like I'd be developing hatred towards needles right now.
Still not too late for you to develop a hatred for needles.
don't worry. You'll develop that sooner or later. Twitch.
The tools of Chirigian are an inevitable part of the life of all of our grandfather's warriors.
What a coincidence. So are ours. It's just ours are much smaller in scale.
Either way, I have as much confidence in my bloodline as I do in my sword arm. Please, test away.
It will take some time for results. Do not die beforehand.
Ha! I've trained far too hard for that.
I would hope you do not die afterward either.
Like I said, I have plans for many children.
Yes, I see clear. Even if you are not able to produce Astartes, you shall produce good sons. And the daughters will have sons of their own. From stock such as yours, the armies of Lev shall be as they once were.
She will nod in agreement. Turn back over towards Jeff. Mostly just because I don't want to get jammed by that goddamn needle again.
Well, with blood taken, courses of actions planned, and new friendships established, I suppose then we should return to our ship and make ready to head into the nebula.
If you do not have any questions for us, I agree. But when we will fight together, we should have trust with each other. I will understand if you need something to restore that.
Well, out of character. Fucking stray.
Yo.
I mean, the menials is a perfectly normal thing, but it's a perfectly normal thing for most chapters of that era, right?
Yeah.
It seems like a perfectly normal thing, so I don't even want to bring that up.
It's not as bad as what
Even
happened.
the extra detail?
Still not as bad as carried on Astra.
Can I like give a historical check of some kind to see if I have knowledge of people? That? Because there's some warp shenanigans here. I could probably throw a Forbidden Lore warp. It's the glowing part that gets me.
You can definitely throw a Forbidden Law warp at the thing. Yes. I would question if Is that the knowledge you would like to roll? Because, the knowledge you choose to roll will color your results.
You know what? That is true. Let's go with that. Nah, I don't care about this. I'm just gonna put it in the back of my head. We can analyze the memorance footage later.
Yeah, I was assuming we're gonna do all that back on the ship.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to extricate us here. So what was it that Jock said? Something about restoring trust? Sorry.
Yes, he is offering you a chance to ask him and Hugh any questions you have, as he appreciates you might mistrust him now, but he wants to do what he can to restore that before you go back, before you go into battle together.
Well, I do have one particular question. You'll pardon me if it's a bit self-serving, but given the circumstances, do you still have contact with the Grey Knights?
I cannot say for certain.
Right.
We have a method by which I should still reach them, but it has not been used for so long. I do not know if they remember it.
Well, I ask simply because for the last little while my compatriots and I have been living in the modestly crushing fear that at any moment some Grey Knights might pop out and assassinate us to keep your disappearance-related secrets.
It is in that aegis of secrecy that we have dwelled. That the Grand Master and our chapter have lived to come here and now. That the protection of secrets is no excuse to put the sword to loyal brothers and sisters. If they have tried as much, I have little doubt they have forgotten why first they granted us reprieve and salvation. He simply remember that they did. They do not know why, and that gives them shame.
Suppose that's a good segue to ask, simply, what did happen that day?
Hugh will once more offer the first reply.
The details are lost to the ages, but it is written. We returned to our home in celebration of our victory against the unclean, the great manifestation of Grandfather's gift. The Inquisitor in his falsehood called for the Grey Knights to exterminate us. But when they arrived, they looked with the eyes unseen. He saw purity. He saw that we still carried the Emperor's light. as you call him.
Jacques will carry on next.
And then, to our honored brothers, our chapter master, our Lord's Lancer and Chaplains, he sent an emissary. Yes, he spoke, but they could not shield the falcons from the eyes, from the judging eyes of jealous mortals. But they would guide us away until we could be recalled. When mortals had grown to be better, and they would see what we are, and from whence our gifts come. The heathen who called for our extinction would die, and we would be able to serve in secret until the day came, until the eternal flame of lead was relit, until all mortals were as pure and righteous as those of our home. And until then, our good ancient, our single brother entombed, he would keep their faith, remind them from whence they came, ensure that we would have a home to return to, and new brothers to elevate.
And I'm glad we had the chance to be some small part of that story. Suppose.
Any of you, just going to cut in here very quickly, Juno, I'm sorry. You can roll scrutiny on Hugh. It is a -20. How about that? Yeah. Actually, -30 because he is also a space marine.
I scrutinize. Okay, I guess I can scrutinize a space marine. What the fuck?
Oh!
Well.
Alright.
You really dodged my secret information in there.
Apparently everybody's just on their fucking game.
Not Baltus.
Eloa?
I'm not going to roll. I already know. He told me.
This is a different thing.
Oh, fine. What is it?
-30 scrutiny.
When is fucking Ceiko there, though? That's a 6.
Remember, implants. I'm not sure if any implant helps with scrutiny.
I assume Amelie and Graves are not bothering because of probability.
Yes, for both probability and also just because they are of the mind of the truth shall be known in battle.
I do not believe anything helps with scrutiny. It's just awareness and stuff like that.
Wow.
That's
not
security.
that it matters. It's the same. It's the same role.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
Yeah, I was.
Can I keep that? Can I keep that 6 though?
Yes. Just press the button again so I can see your number. Okay.
70.
That's still a 6, so still a massive success. Oh. Juno, you can register that Hugh is surprised at what Jacques said there. You can't pick up quite on why. Narcia, you got to 3 and everyone else fucking beat that. Yeah. Narcia, Ceiko, and Eloa, you can determine Hugh is surprised because he has never heard these details before.
Oh. That means he'd rather say the truth for us or lying.
Holy shit.
However you want to interpret that is up to you. But yes, Juno, you can now carry on. I'm sorry, that was just slightly important.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Merz, that was beyond slightly important.
Yeah.
That was...
Hey, Narcia, I'm gonna send a data burst to you, and it's marked from Eustace.
Speaking of which, Juno's going to say, glad to have been
Oh,
a
no.
small part of that story. I have no further questions, my lords, but it reminds me, if Brother Eustace has returned to the chapter, I very much would like to have the chance to say hello before we depart.
He and I have had some disagreements. He will join us for the voyage, but at present he stays on the surface.
I trust you will have no objection to our party heading down then and setting foot on the planet.
You are welcome. But I will tell you have a care. This squadron, a big company of our brothers. Yeah, they will know you by sight. But it was of the locals that we have taken into service. They may be confused and frightened by you. If they call you Maleficarum, if they attempt to execute you or send you to labor camps, I ask that you do not punish them unduly. I see among your company strength enough to deal with their bandits. At least long enough for our brothers to come among you and see that you should not be harmed.
Of course. Thank you for the warning. We will take all due care. Yeah. Unless anyone else wants to pipe up real quick, I think Juno's gonna start with the goodbyes here.
Let's whoop 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 out of this place.
Yep. I'll step up and bow to the Marines and say, "It's been an honor to make your acquaintance, my lords. I look forward to standing beside you in the field of battle."
Jacques will step. Sorry, not Jacques. Hugh will step in first and clasp your shoulder. And Jacques will just offer you a hand. Not going for that level of intimacy after what he did last time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Should it be a little uncomfy? Well, I will shake his hand.
Eloa will once again salute with her omniscient axe.
With my lovely staff.
Graves still completely oblivious to the failed vibe check. Come over and
There's more than just the vibe check here. Holy shit!
there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay, we're sore.
All right, you Graves. Forget what you're trying to do. The Astartes can move faster than you, and they are clasping you, each in turn around the shoulder. Not just hand on it, like proper bro hug. You
No,
get
of course.
that.
Graves
You
is
can take it.
Graves is going with the bro hugs.
All right. Anyone else?
No.
Baltus, Ceiko, how are you saying goodbye? You have been fairly quiet, but
That's because
Look.
mobs is
They have been trained well in the military to turn themselves into wallpaper when the NCOs are around. They don't want to be yelled at.
Pretty much. That's honestly.
Yeah. I have
They're
really
smart.
nothing to add. This whole time I've had to babysit a puppy.
well, fair enough. But now, people are either offering salutes or going in for handshakes, and in Graves' case, a big hug.
Ceiko salute.
Balti?
I'm gonna offer back a salute.
Okay.
That's about the best. Yeah, I didn't have any big, meaningful conversations or almost die. I really didn't have anything to add for most of this. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay, and yet another opportunity to be killed by Space Marines passes.
Yeah, no, isn't this shamers?
Yeah, it's just, the only ones of you who have come in physical contact with them are ones who do not have more than 10 corruption points.
Did any of us have
And
more than 10 corruption points?
I'm looking at Baltus and I believe Ceiko.
I got 6.
What? What did I miss?
Don't worry.
Well, I should
Just,
go. I'm
just
sure they're gonna
know
like it.
you made the correct decision with the salute.
Ah,
Yeah,
I love how
I
you're
have a
turning this
malignancy I
into-
started out with, but I've only got 6 corruption.
I really like how Merz
The
turned this
malignancy would
minefield.
probably have counted,
oh,
even without it
Ugh.
being corruption. They wouldn't have a way to tell. You would just burn regardless.
Great.
I should have hugged him till my I should have hugged him till my corruption went away.
Let the fire cleanse me.
The only question is whether you would have went away first, and the answer is probably.
I mean, it's one corruption.
Yeah, but would he have let go? And he wouldn't have let go until you were completely cleansed.
Wait, it
Okay.
can cleanse?
Oh, wait, yeah. that
Maybe.
can-
Of course it can.
That's
cleanses all.
Baltus's assumption.
Look,
That's
fire and
my
death cleanse
assumption.
everything.
Sorry,
Cannot be corrupted,
Bob's
you're dead.
assumption. Yes.
Well, I already said I gave a salute. I don't know. Maybe if I just saw a giant pyre, not hug a giant flaming space marine.
I could probably survive hugging a giant space marine. I have lots of tendrils.
It's the corruption that's going to burn me from the inside out that I think we were getting at. What I was getting at, what I assumed.
Mm.
Unless he's not hug and just keeps hugging me.
He could have done. But yeah. In that case, you can say your farewells. You will not join the honor guard. Will instead stay with the chapter master. And yeah. The honor guard will once more form up around you. I think despite their gentleness, this time there is still that feeling that, yeah, you are prisoners after what happened to Juno. Oh, I need to move you in, buddy.
Oh my
But
god.
you are not summarily executed. You can make it back to the gun cutter. Once more, once more, anyone who wants to keep an eye out can make an awareness test. But this time, you've had suitable cause to raise your guards. You can upgrade the -20 to a +0.
For the same thing.
It would be the same thing.
Doesn't matter then.
Oh.
Now you can all see it.
So, yeah. Balti still doesn't notice, but everyone else will.
Fate point that?
Last fate point, yeah.
I mean, it's fine. Session's
Oh,
ending.
boy.
Announce that, really.
Yeah. All notice as you are escorted through. Menials. They are mostly out of sight, out of mind, but you can occasionally spot them through the gaps of your escort. They are all worn down, all heavily worked. Both of those are normal for Imperial menials. What's less normal is that they all wear collars. Collars of a red metal. A strangely glowing red metal. And Juno, that red metal is a light to your senses.
Can Juno tell it's red?
Juno can't tell that it's red. She can, however, to her it is radiant, resplendent, and terrible.
Okay, what are we seeing again? Sorry, I was
You're not
checking
seeing
up on the
shit.
front.
This is.
Oh.
Okay, well, what everyone except Juno is seeing is that the ship's menials, the little slave boys who do all of the work, they're heavily worked and they wear metal collars.
Ah, yes, slavery.
Glowing red metal collars.
Ah, yes, super slavery.
And Juno is seeing that they are. Juno can't see that they are red and glowing. She can, however, see they are psionically resplendent and awful and terrible. they are a great... Each and every one of them is a psionically active artifact.
So can I focus on that for just a moment? Try and see if I detect any familiar touch of, Frankie style corruption on these things, or are they just, shitty psionic things that are just not mundane, but something the Imperium might make? Because the Imperium is also full of shitty, awful people.
What laws do you have?
Well, I got Forbidden Lore Creed, I got Legends, I got more Creed, I got Adeptus Sororitas. That might be something.
Nothing Forbidden Law, Warp, or Ceiko or anything?
No.
This is something I'm waiting to analyze back on the ship.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna tell you straight up. You aren't equipped to tell, unfortunately, Juno. You can see a lot of things, but you have no idea what any of them mean.
Outstanding. I need to buy a book. But yes, all right. We'll just tell people once we get back to the ship.
Yes. You are all going to wait until you get back to the ship? No one is going to
Yes.
Can I
Quite sure I don't want to get shot.
Falcon, can I have one of your menials? I need a new one now.
And are you going to ask a Falcon that?
No.
Stop trying to bait us. Stop it. Stop it.
Because, yes, you absolutely can ask a Falcon that, but...
Yes, I can ask. I don't think he'll give me one, and...
I can't give you an answer unless you do, unfortunately.
I know, and I'm saying I don't think he will, so I'm not going to try, because that would be awkward.
When the GM is trying to bait you this hard, something
I feel
is
like
wrong.
I'm being baited.
You are. You are.
I try to do this sort of bait anytime someone says, I could do this, and then I absolutely say, yes, you absolutely could do this thing. Would you like to do this thing?
Yes, and
do it.
I said even before you spoke up, no, and I'm going to stick with the answer of no. That seems like a bad idea to me.
All right, and yes, none of you feel suitably aggrieved that you're going to attempt to murder the Falcons inside of their own ship.
No.
I mean,
as if we could.
I do out of
You could attempt.
We.
I
That's
don't
the
think
way
we
I
would
could
succeed.
attempt to shoot
If
back the shark.
If the need comes or the moment arrives, I am always willing to make the attempt.
I wish I had not used up my nuke on that moon. We should have saved it for the space marines.
Ceiko doesn't like being the one to make the first move.
But yes.
Ceiko is smart. The ones that make the first move get shot by a sniper.
That's exactly why he doesn't make the first move. He's a sniper. He knows this.
Yep, and that's why until his last night with Saedra, he was on bottom. And even then, he was on bottom just cowgirl instead of strap-on.
Oh, there are worse fates than that.
Fine.
There are much worse fates than that. I think he had a very good time.
Dr. Doom getting the strap is a pretty fucking funny mental image, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's get back to the book.
I will,
Woof.
Indeed, woofy woof woof. You can get back to the gun cutter, get aboard, and you are welcomed immediately by Kara. Hi, everyone.
We lived.
Yeah, so did we. Had one of them come up and...
Am I on me?
No.
You are unmuted.
Like? Because you're worrying me here quite a bit.
Sorry, after he left, I turned on puppy videos. One of them started going off. Young canids are super cute. But yeah. Had one of them come up, and I was really curious about the ship. Like this one, didn't let him take a look in anywhere unsupervised though, but gave him a look around the public spaces.
God.
Good.
Hello. Please be a dear and do a quick scan. Because you were keeping an eye on that one, but these Space Marines can be very sneaky.
Speaking of the sneaky, or rather the antithesis of it, I could see everything in there. That was amazing. It was like the world was all lit up.
What? You mean real sad, Juno?
Juno's tap right next to her eyes.
Wait, shit, Casa wasn't with you. Sorry, I
just slipped into Texan. It's okay. I do it all the time.
I mean, that would also be it would also be Casa who would say that. Like, it's not just the accent. The NPCs do also have character. Yeah, I completely blanked on not being there for a moment. What you mean before your before your sacrifice, Juno?
Not like that. It's like Juno will gesture towards the back of the gun cutter. I can't see the far wall over there. I've got just a few yards of vision around me. When I was on their ship, I could see all the way to the walls. Everywhere, even in that huge conference room. Colors. Oh, the colors were so bright. Like 1,000 tiny suns. Also, those horrible collars all those poor menials were wearing. My God.
It should not be a great surprise. Such things are often used in the Navy.
No, not like this. Every one of those collars was radiant and terrible with psionic energy. Each one a psyker artifact.
I do not understand.
Don't either the why or how, but every menial that I saw was wearing a magical artifact, basically.
You said the entire area was supercharged with power, right? So you could see everywhere?
I don't know why precisely, but yes.
Juno?
Maybe their collars simply absorbed the amount of ambient imperial force?
No.
I'm not sure that's how it works. These people have, it's like their direct gateway to the warp. But not quite. I don't know how to explain this. No one is supposed to be that psychically active, especially not Astartes. Also, the colors, they were glowing for us too, not just for you, Juno.
Oh. Well, I don't
Yeah.
feel special at all. But still, I don't think you saw what I saw. Juno will try and describe exactly what she saw, the colors and the power. Not Probably not terribly effectively, since she doesn't actually have any warp scholarship, but we'll do what she can. Perhaps enough to let someone make a knowledge test.
Maybe, if anyone wants to.
That'd be warp, right?
What would be appropriate here?
Any negatives?
Yes, -20.
Okay, just between her description and even me seeing it with my own two eyes.
Well, did you open your inner eye?
I did not open my inner eye, no.
And yeah, you are just having to rely on Juno's description.
Okay.
So that is a slight problem.
Well, probably. Oh.
All right. So, Baltus, it would theoretically, eventually, be possible for something to be that etherically charged just from exposure, but it would take a very long time, and everything else would be as well. The menials themselves would probably be replaced, but the ship would be glowing and rattling and just as much as them. These are definitely artifacts in their own right for them to show up that distinctly from all of the etheric corona Juno saw around them. Now, that in itself doesn't tell you that much. You can't be certain what they are for, what they do, but you can be certain they are quite powerful. And if they are on all of the menials, they may well be some form of control or protection device. Those would be the best estimates. Right? Something to keep them in line under the Flame Falcons, or something to protect them from all of the etheric activity the Falcons produce innately.
So they don't become roasty toasty torches.
Also, should probably point out the fact. So, you remember the Reclusiarch?
Yes.
He seemed very, very surprised to find out about the story of his homeworld's destruction. It's almost like he was hearing most of those details for the first time.
I noticed he seemed surprised, yes.
I wish I hadn't noticed. That has kind of put me on edge, Juno, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that's what put you on edge. Good.
I was too angry to care earlier.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm gonna turn to Kiara and say, the chapter master did kind of try and squish my head.
Yeah, that too.
Deliberately?
Oh, yeah.
Deliberately, like a mercy kill.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just started paying half attention and turned on my other half of the brain. What?
Oh, yes. How do I explain this? So, we are all cybernetic movement shit, right? Juno isn't.
Oh, he tried to do a mercy killing.
That's what I want to believe, but in reality, he might just have tried to kill her because there is this old ancient legend about the blood of Sororitas protecting from demons.
I mean,
That
it's not
sounds
much of an old legend if it's true, but yes.
That's mass sacrifice of Sororitas to do something that you can just do with a couple of hexagrammatic words is a waste of resources, manpower, and quite frankly, terrible thing that I don't want to think about, Juno.
Yes, well, Setting aside that I've had to resort to that myself.
There's nothing.
No,
God.
I believe he genuinely just tried to mercy kill me.
Yes. And why would he not get along with Eustace? That's the other thing I don't understand.
That is troubling, and why we're going to go pop down to the planet and check in with our good old Grampy Dreadnought.
Clusiarch is still buddy with him, so there might be some hope. I just don't want to see this blow into a fucking civil war. And I want even less for those inquisitors to come around and say, I told you they were heretics all along. We were right to report them, heard there. Having to live through that smugness would be a fate far worse than death.
No, that's when I leave the Inquisition and go lose myself into the to uncharted space forever.
Fucking take me with you.
Yes, we'll all just say, fuck this shit, we're out, and go on
Either
the
that or
ship.
just go serve the Mechanicus and I'll have to put up with any of this inquisitorial bullshit.
Unfortunately, all my opinions are going to be withheld until I can see them fight in battle.
For now. Did anyone else see anything unusual while we were in there?
Well, their armor was held together by scraps. I guess that wouldn't be unusual.
Yes, I expected as much. I think that's why our bid for Vindalex worked.
I feel like the
desperate
Frenchman was
for it.
being. I feel like the Frenchman was being extra French.
Also,
welcome.
you noticed
Wait, that's your accent, Molly.
Jeff.
I mean, yes, but it doesn't mean I can't call it out.
Oh, poor Jeff. I'm so sorry about what that man did to you.
Oh, what did he do to you? I need to know, because I don't think Space Marines are supposed to have those kinds of powers. It seems very weird and out of place.
Oh, I meant talking about your balls in public. Yes, are you alright?
I don't know what he did, boss. Not details. Was something psychic. No question. When he touched my head like that, I played through every memory and every fantasy of me and the princess.
What a gross violation. You could have at least asked.
So he's a very high-level psyker. That's good to know. Maybe even an alpha class, judging by how quickly he was able to calm down his brother that was spurging. I almost picked a fight with a Marine from a first company in Terminator armor.
Yes, you did.
You need to give me. No,
yes, that's.
No,
oh, yes,
I was
that's
about
right.
to say, you need to give me my fucking meds, but I've gone this far without stimulants. I think I can go on a little hunger. I enjoy my anger.
Oh, yes, that's right. I wrote a new appreciation for your tongue.
Well, enjoy it while it lasts. It's not going to last long.
Yes, there's a pretty high probability that Turple is going to rip it out, but well, she has it. That was rather magnificent. I'm glad that did not spur him to actually just murder you, though.
We would have met that detective.
No.
Any idea how much it pains me to hear people say the one thing I've been trying to escape forever, Juno? Being stuck behind a desk, cowering, groveling, begging, cowering. I hate that. I hate that so much.
Well, me and Grace would have been there to support her.
Anyway.
Princess, if it had been more than one-on-one, if we'd gone into help for boss, they'd all have gone into help.
Of course,
Tilpin.
and we probably would have died horribly, but we would have died with friends.
You know, I really can't argue that point, I suppose.
I didn't spend all.
Would have been a really
I didn't
retarded way to die, though.
I didn't. I mean, of course, but I didn't spend all this time training so I could stand by and let my friends die.
It would have been very admirable, but very counterproductive at the end of the day.
Yes.
Well, it's a good thing that we didn't die, because your tongue lashing gave him such a flaming that even his boss couldn't back him up.
All right. Now that we're all on the same page again, why don't we head down and say hello to Eustace and see what he has to say about the rest of his chapter?
Yes, indeed, let's do that. That'll give us a lot of useful insight.
Indeed.
You so sure?
Sure about what?
That Eustace can give insight. We all saw what he did to Tilpin.
See, I'll let you in a little secret. Eustace has forsaken the weakness of the flesh. So even if his meaty brain parts have forgotten a lot of the important details, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have the technical competency to wipe out the part that is made out of silicon. The machine will answer one way or the other.
Also, I think at the very least the party wants to go down and see their friend.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, but this was an in-character discussion.
Narcia is too fucking angry to admit this right now because he's suffering from withdrawal.
Yes.
Ah.
Whatever's going on with the chapter master, it's clearly not enough to simply psychically browbeat Eustace in line. Otherwise, he'd be up there singing the master's praises in the ship. But instead, he's still down on the planet. That means he's not completely within the chapter master's sway.
He did also send us a little warning. Apparently he's in very good terms with the Ecclesiarch. Just it's the chapter master that he's not getting along with. But you know, it's good information for him to send.
Yes. Actually, I did have one question that perhaps my Mechanicus friends can answer.
Anything.
The master's armor. I don't know much about power armor besides Sororitas plate, but it seemed different than what everyone else was wearing. Much older.
Its pattern comes from the Great Crusade. It is 10,000 years old.
Yeah, no, that's like 30k tech.
Now, the Flame Falcons were founded in what millennium? Because it wasn't the 31st.
They were part of the 13th founding.
It was probably a gift passed down to their chap.
Yeah, Doc. Sometime M36 is best estimate.
Right. So the armor's much older than the chap.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, like you said, that could be a gift, but I can't help but think of a certain other person who wore some very old Heresy era armor.
Okay, when you just kind of name drop the H word instead of slowly building up to it, yes, I guess you could level that accusation.
I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm simply pointing out that we've seen a similar situation before, that a powerful Psyker wearing very, very old armor.
Well,
using
Oh,
magical
no, it wasn't the
influence.
13th founding. It was the 21st founding.
Yeah. I was literally just typing that.
Let's see if Eustace remembers where that armor is from. He probably doesn't hold such meaningless information within his databanks, but oh well. We can always check. And also, remember in the... What was that room with the big magic book?
Where the deeds were written, yes.
Yes. The deeds were still being written because the Flame Falcons were still around. Let's see if that book is still there. It's probably not.
Would be interesting.
We should have taken that book. We really should have. But that might have given them a link to us. So it's probably best we didn't touch that.
Also, it's better that we left it there. Remember, last time we saw him, Eustace was reading it.
Yes, perhaps that's how he got in contact with his lost brothers in the first place.
So remember, he told us the flames had been lit and they would come anyways.
He did.
Whatever
He
that
did.
means.
I just didn't think it would happen so soon. Or I thought that if that would be a metaphorical return, not quite so literal.
It's been months, boss.
I know. It's just. Why can't it ever just be Xenos?
No, we're not allowed. Remember, we're every Ordo except Ordo Xenos.
No. We are officially Ordo Xenos, and therefore the twisted fate of the universe means that we can't face Xeno because we'd be too good at that.
Clearly. So we have to get good at everything else first.
We have to keep being taken by surprise, by alarm, and fumbling around for a bit before Majos can work out what it is that we're up against. And, Xeno, that wouldn't work.
Amazing.
Of course. One of these days, I am going to get my big stompy robot. I'm going to stomp on some aliens. It will feel so good.
I'll be fine right there alongside with you.
What are you kidding me? I haven't even seen a real combat situation since I've gotten out of training.
Are we not actually going to be going for that while we're out with them, Doc?
Oh god, yes we are. I'm finding a fucking knight if it's the last thing I do. And I'm going to step on somebody with it, and it will be glorious.
Wow, didn't know you had that kind of fetish.
Yeah, you did.
God.
Wait, no, not what I'm doing. I mean, Anyway, the point is, I'm getting a fucking robot, and I'm going to light some Tyranids on fire if it's the last thing I do. Now, before I lose myself to fantasizing, let's get underway.
Merz? Out of character.
Yes.
When are we gonna find the Warpsmith? Sorry, I meant they must have a Warpsmith somewhere. How else are they making these fucking collars?
Could be Archaeotech, who knows?
I hate this. I know what's around the corner. The knowledge. It's heavier than mine.
You have surmised that their chapter master is a powerful psyker. He could be it.
Oh no! Fuck! He's not a psychic, he's a sorcerer!
Yeah,
that's entirely possible.
That was Juno's theory, that he's just another crank.
You know what? I'll calm myself. Everything's fine.
I missed something. What did I miss?
You missed nothing, don't worry. There's sorcerers here.
Doom posting, Bob.
A lot of doom posting about what went down in that meeting. I'm sure it's fine, though. Jack seems nice, aside from trying to murder me the one time.
Oh, no. No.
So... Alright. So, question? We heading back to the Mother of Invention or straight down to one of the cities?
Straight one of the cities. When I see
Yeah.
Eustace again. And the people of Lathe.
Alright, that's the really ashy one, right?
Unfortunately, yes. It's the burned out one. The bumped to shit one.
A firm. Best speed to Fauville.
It's a good point. Fucking hell, Savin. You know, we could always do the retarded thing. You know what the retarded thing is?
Give the chapter master my dagger and ask him to purify it with its magic.
That is one. Actually, that's 50% of the retardation, I thought.
How weird when I screamed out, that is a multiple choice answer.
Yeah, no, it did have to do with the dagger, that's true, but I didn't think of giving it to him. I felt more like using the dagger to get in communication with Frank, or the demon that has eaten Frank's soul, and just ask him for a bunch of misinformation.
Yes,
that leads straight to chaos.
You could absolutely try to try to get in communion with the Dark Marshal.
No, we cannot do that. He finally stopped calling me after the last trip.
I know, that's why it was such a fucking terrible idea.
If I pick up the phone once, he'll never stop calling.
I mean, this wouldn't be you picking up the phone. This would be you calling him.
That's worse. That's worse.
Hey,
Frank, baby, I'm sorry. Take me back. I made a horrible mistake. Tell me more about the Imperial truth.
I was thinking about getting one of these collars for my husband, the rogue trader. You know anyone that can make one?
Frank, baby, what do you think about collars?
What do you think about brass collars that glow red?
Alright. Anyway, Kira will bring you in over Fauville.
Oh shit, are we not calling it?
No.
Oh, shit. Alright.
There is a little more critical stuff that you need to learn first.
I took the rest of my meds at the wrong time.
Oh boy.
Or just the right time, depending on what we find out.
That was definitely the end of that scene, so I guess all my miracle buffs wore off. Yeah, womp womp.
Yes. So, Cathedral, see if Eustace is still there.
Yeah.
The Mechanicus place or the Royal Palace? I think, Balty, you were getting on real good with with Moira, right?
Oh yeah.
Let's stop there first. It's only polite.
As we fly over the city, Eloa's gonna punch over a hatch and jump out.
Where is Eloa jumping?
I need to get maglets one of these days.
You can move yourself down to that little square if you want.
Well, okay then. Goodbye, Eloa. Where's
Certainly, one way to make an entrance. Trajectory plotting has her as terminal impact on the skull. Oh no, she's fired her mag coils. She's going to the local Mechanicus.
Oh, okay then.
Descending like one of his angels from above. Truly the gifts of the Omnissiah are magnificent to behold, are they not?
I really should get a set of jump jets one day.
I mean,
Black lady with jump
Fuck yeah!
Jump ship. I think it's a good suit for you. You might need a grab chute though.
Oh, grab chutes are fun, Doc. I can't say I ever used a jump pack, but chutes are good fun, long as you've got a reliable techie.
Could always do the fun thing and teach you how to parkour on our heavy armor.
We could be really cheap and just give you a normal parachute.
I did.
No,
Can we
no.
not
parachute
kill
tra-
the Doc?
She can learn to break a fall. It's easy.
This
Just have
might
to
shock
just
you,
leave
but
after.
I actually did do parachute training with the Sororitas. Jump jets too, but I wasn't allowed to have those. I failed miserably on that course.
See, she already knows half the trick, which is to make gravity your bitch.
And that's why you're
Wait.
hospital.
Sororita separated advice? Huh. In the Stormies, they are all rolled together into the same course.
Well, see, for the parachutes and grab chutes, we had to go up to the moon because doing that on Terra, not really possible. You would just get hung up in the giant steeples everywhere and die. Jump jets, though, you can do that wherever. Either way, I failed all of those courses, so honestly, I'm pretty sure I failed the marksmanship course and someone just cheated so that my doctor ass could get deployed, but that's neither here nor there.
What? I don't think. Have I actually ever gone through a marksmanship course before the Inquisition? I don't think I had.
Do good enough, boss.
Training for the Inquisition, you just sort of bring your skills.
I won't be good enough without the help of Ceiko. Hands were shaking too much.
Look, you don't need a lot of marksmanship when you have a plasma cannon.
You do. You do, otherwise people accidentally get their faces melted off.
That wasn't a marksmanship issue, that was mind control. That wasn't Cass's fault.
I know. Still.
I know, you're very upset.
Just, I am upset in general.
I know.
I haven't had anything a very long time.
It's time for your
and my head is
prescription.
killing me.
I can open my arms.
Frankly, this war would go a lot cleaner if everyone just chose to use the Emperor-blessed and sanctioned method of combat.
No.
That sounds like quarter talk.
I mean, depends. Stabbing someone can be pretty clean, can be pretty fast. But blowing up someone with an earthshake around, it's even faster.
Listen,
That
Amelie,
Uh,
I don't know if
hey.
you... Oh, go ahead.
No, you first.
I don't know if you...
Finish first.
I don't know if you've taken a look at me lately, Amelie, but I need help opening jars. I'm not sure high-octane melee combat's really my style. Sort of flail uselessly.
I hate to interrupt here, folks, but we're coming into land.
Okay.
And there's a space marine waving at us.
Okay.
Oh, another one.
Yep.
Are we just going to run into these guys all the time now?
I hope so.
I mean, probably for a bit on here. They've got to, reintegrate the local social, geopolitical structures into, recruitment and service for the throne.
Them reuniting with their people.
Oh, they're waving. Let's say hi.
Your people.
Alright, drop in the ramp. Yes, your ramp falls and you can see just Standing alone in the courtyard, there is a flame falcon. Is lit with his internal flames. Also, Morgie, and yes, Juno, you will then say, I will, once we find him. I was expecting Felix in orbit.
Have we not heard anything from him?
The only vessel that communicated with us has been the Falcon's flagship.
Did you see his ship in orbit?
Indeed.
Huh.
There is all vessels expected are accounted for, but they remain silent.
That's just a tad spooky, but I'm sure we can get in touch.
That is horrifically unnerving.
In hindsight, perhaps I should have mentioned the lack of communication rather than just mentioning what we did receive.
That would have been good to know, yes. Either that or when the chapter master was letting us just ask questions, but either way, no big deal.
I'll be honest, love. He unnerved me sufficiently that I did not want to.
You know, I understand. I do. Just gonna adjust her choker again. Like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If your neck had snapped, that meeting would have ended in tragedy for the both of us. Because Juno, suicide as it may be, I don't think I could have controlled myself.
That's my girl.
Please, if I die, just no matter what happens, do contain yourselves. There's apparently a chance I'll just pop right back.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that, but
I don't either.
we have been rather used to walking the razor's edge of late. I just don't see how this is much different. If anything, there was less gunfire.
Indeed, that's the point. All I'm saying is, don't treat my life with any particular value. I'm on borrowed time as it is. Now, let's go and meet a Space Marine.
Yes. You can head down and Rain will smash his fist against his breastplate.
13th Lancer Renault. You are Baltus Corbec.
Seems like
Yes.
you have an admirer.
It is I. And I glance back at Juno, just like I
Name precedes you.
Mhm.
I was informed it would likely be you approaching. You will accompany me.
What about the rest
He
of us?
doesn't wait. He does not wait nor respond. He just steps over and reaches to grab Balti.
Oh, okay. I assume
Balti.
that be I will accompany you. Okay.
We're gonna follow, but where to, Doc? Where to, my lord?
When he has scooped Baltus up, he sets Baltus's rump on one shoulder pad and just holds his legs in place. It is not dignified, but it is perhaps the most dignified means by which the
I was really hoping
Astartes can carry.
I was really hoping he was going to go for the prison scary.
Me too. TPH. All right,
It might as
follow
well
this
be
boy.
because I'm gonna hug his helmet like a small child.
He just Renal just marches directly to the royal palace gates. He holds you with one hand and pushes them open, and then moves in. You can see Baltus, the royal palace is much as you remembered, though. Previously, where some things were just decoration and ornament, now they have been set to actual purpose. The great organ banks have now been replaced by cogitators in various stages of construction, and the parapets have had microphones and voxcasters set in. At the head of the grand hall is a woman in a red uniform, its buttons undone as it's built, because were they closed, they would not fit around her quite clearly pregnant belly.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Juno
Something weird here.
Baltus? Baltus?
I did. It was one time.
Congratulations, Balti.
Amazing.
I have. We'll see about that.
You're about to become a shotgun wedding.
Congratulations, Duchess.
Marine, 13th Lancer Arnold. In fact, I will put his title in.
We got shotgun wedding to buy a space marine.
He will lift you from his shoulder pad and set you down in front of Moira. Though he hasn't drawn it, you are quite aware of the bolt pistol and chain blade at his belt. When I asked you to escort him in, I did not anticipate such Lord Lancer, but Baltus, her hand just rests on her swollen belly, and welcome back, my love.
Okay. All right. Oh, Moria, I have missed you so much. I grabbed both hands and just kissed them both. Oh, my love.
Attaboy.
I expected a lot of things today. This was not one of them.
This is exactly what I was hoping for.
Do you often hope for children?
Yes.
I suppose that actually makes sense.
Juno cuts her eyes over to Augie. She goes internally, shit, wait. I said that out loud. Fuck.
He just
Tell
ever
Augie
so
to stop
slightly
to the other hole.
inclines his head.
I just did that toward Juno and didn't even mean to.
Yes. I accepted you would have to go, return to the Fire Lord's service. I did not expect you to leave me as such, Baltus.
That was certainly not my intention to leave you with a present, as it were.
But now you have. My first suitor I have taken to bed, and now I have this.
Well, I believe there is a certain custom for these things.
Indeed. I am Your return is fortuitous, my darling. Elsewise, I would have had to ask Lord Arnold to lend me his starship.
I visibly shudder, like, ah.
I would have done.
You would have been wise to.
It's me. 13th Lancer nods.
Well then, guess we better make accommodations upon the mother of invention.
Say that again, sorry?
We better start making accommodations upon the mother of invention for the future. You know, after the wedding.
You mean for me to join you then?
Well, unfortunately, the alternative would be rather hard, as he is honor-bound and sworn into the service of his Imperial Inquisition, and the only way he could retire from such a position is death.
Alright. It's, I'm afraid, my darling, it will mean that our prior discussions about raising troops will have been for naught, but it seems they will not be under our Monsignor Lupus's command regardless.
Well, now that the Flame Falcons are back. Oh.
We can talk specifics of logistics and that such thing later. Today is a happy day, and let's not waste it on such thoughts.
It's so rare I get to see a wedding.
Indeed.
Lord, when will you be ready?
I'll be ready. What?
Well, you are here, you are representative of the Fire Lord, it would be appropriate. And it would be grievous offense to bother the world saint.
No. he will be welcomed to your authority. You may, he will let you. I give my word.
We were here to see you, the world saint, anyway, so might as well knock out two birds with one stone.
Well, I was going to volunteer to marry you, but having a venerable dreadnought do it is much more exciting.
Indeed. Also, yes, technically you could be married by the sister here. She's qualified.
I think half the party's qualified.
I'm not. I'm not qualified to marry anyone.
Oh, really? Dude.
Though it does please me to finally meet the first saint, to meet the last saint of the flames. The rank
yes, of course.
of my house does mean I would, if the world saint would not refuse, I would have it from him. Balti, we'll have you measured up. Oui?
Oui.
Beautiful. So romantic.
Favorite part.
All right. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Eloa, you have come down to land in front of the Sanctum of the Sword Sages. While on your descent, you'll have seen a lot of sophisticated technology has been installed across the city. Here it is at its height. What is previously a normal Gothic building with metallic decorations, now it is in earnest a sanctum of the Mechanicum.
Excellent.
Beautiful.
Indeed, beside the great spire that was there initially, there is now a great chimney spouting out little clouds of ash and well, according to your specs, ash and mildly radioactive waste.
Just like home.
Just like home.
Yeah. Just one moment. I want to check if I wrote a relevant name down.
I'm sorry, Savin. I thought it was going to end after baby time.
You thought wrong, you foolish mortal.
I was wondering why it was going so long, but then I realized that obviously Merzendi couldn't sit on Grand Duchess Moira's thing forever and just wanted to get to it.
Yes, this is a much more cliffhangery thing, I'm afraid.
Okay, good.
Yes. Well, when you come down, the door of the sanctum is opened, and a couple of initiates will rush out, just as they did when you descended last time. They are not your chosen, they have not been fully elevated, but even these lesser ones, where last time they just strapped metal plates to themselves, or for the more dedicated, screwed them into their bones, now they have little augments, true augments, machine spirits singing in tune with soul. As they look up at you and cheer for your return, see as well. They have collars of red
Oh.
steel glowing around their neck.
And this is where Eloa begins to hum with hate, and session end.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Naval menials, I can understand it. But members of the Mechanicus? This is war. What do they think they're doing? What do those bozos think they're doing?
So, I hope everyone had fun.
Yes.
Oh, you bet your ass.
I
Whether they think they're
also
doing it or not.
I also hope for this one, everyone was slightly tense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a
Tense.
clincher.
How many times did we almost get killed?
At least 3.
Look, I don't know what you want from me at this point. I crave fight.
You know, it's one thing to get almost killed by a random fucking fury roll, and it's another thing to get almost killed in a story moment because you decided to spurg out of the Terminator.
No, you don't get to.
I can fade away one of those two, Mars. I cannot fade both of them.
Look, you don't get to pretend like that was a poor choice.
Look,
That was the correct choice.
I'm
And the
just
dice
happy
broke.
I paid attention to the prophecy, because otherwise Juno was just gonna give fucking Jocks a big ol' hug. Like, yay, Space Marine hug!
It's okay. I'm
Yes,
going to tell you about the rabbits.
That was actually why I made sure to remind you before the session.
I appreciate that, because I had forgotten the words of both prophecies.
Yeah. Yeah, if you had not done anything, Juno would have just been dead.
Sploot.
Now that would have been a reason to have to start a fight.
Yeah,
It would have ended badly.
it's fine. I would have just gone and watched Hathaway's Flash while you guys slowly died. Just Space
You're not
Marines.
allowed. You're not allowed to kill. You're not allowed to kill Amelie's adopted sister.
Some very fucking complicated, high-level politics happening inside of this chapter.
Yep.
Yep.
Anyway,
So,
XPs.
did you explore a new and interesting location? Yes, you did.
Yes.
You got to go aboard the Eternal Flame. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
We learned a lot about the Flame Falcons. We got the, in fact, first-hand account of what happened. Well, not necessarily first-hand. I don't know that for sure. But we got a detailed account of what happened the day the Inquisition made a decision to bombard this planet.
Or supposedly what happened, because I don't seem to read about it.
Well,
He's the Reclusiarch, he would have known.
He certainly should have known.
Yeah. I think the most important thing we found out about the world is that the Flame Falcon's past might be a hell of a lot more complicated than we initially thought, because he just told us what we already knew, what we already thought happened, verbatim back to us. There is a lot more to this planet and this chapter's purging that meets the eye.
I mean, shit, he could have just read our minds and told us what we wanted to hear.
I think it's probably
Yes,
about the
that's exactly what he did.
He had literally already read Jeff's mind at that point.
Yes. Yeah, come on, guys. You didn't pick up on it. I picked up on it, and I'm fucking retard.
Look, you're being.
Anyway. Did you develop a relationship with an important NPC? Yes.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Alright. Well,
okay, I can't. I'm not. Okay, everyone else wants the XP. Okay, I'll take it.
I mean, also, Flame Falcon senior officers would be appropriate here.
Yeah, we're not going to mark XP for Moira because you're going to ding-dong ditch her ass in like 5 minutes.
No, I don't want to, though.
No, I mean, you should just marry your tomboy GF. She's fucking cool.
Look, here are the terms. I am the godmother, and they will learn to sword. This is non-negotiable.
Look, she is one of the most swordy people on this planet. You were slightly better with sword. She has the better sword, while still being really good with sword.
Wait, I got 73 weapon skill. What the fuck?
Yeah, you are. But from when you left, Amelie.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yes, you were very slightly better than what you had heard of Queen Moira. But she also had a sword that glowed with unearthly flame and could cut through any steel.
God, wait, Baltus, are you sure you don't want another wife? Can I marry her?
No.
So, and this is how we start Dark Heresy's first polycule.
Well, you say that, but Amelie has already established that is something of a tradition on Lev. Like, she has 3 promised husbands. She just hadn't married any of them yet because they were still kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. They sucked.
I just don't look at Baltus's weapon skill.
Look, your weapon skill was with your meat sword in this particular instance.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, the son
anyway,
and or
speaking
daughter
of
can still
XP,
learn.
though, I think we discovered a new page in a PC's story.
Yes. And you definitely advance your investigations.
Yay!
Although you have not made a sacrifice for the greater good as of yet.
I mean, I'm getting married.
You haven't done it, though, have you?
Darn it. Yeah, you're right. Good point.
It's going to be really unfortunate if you try and actually do that for XP next time.
Just don't fucking just kill me like that. Jesus fuck.
He's trying to recover, Bob.
God, what's wrong with you?
How much XP do we get?
250.
250.
All right. Let's write that down.
Oh my fucking god.
All right.
Well, if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for 7D. Until then, take care.